Exotic Octopus song. Championship Sunday has arrived for the CRL Fall Championship for 2024. I'm your host, Spotable, and joining me on the desk is the Champ League crew of Bass, Seb, and Taco. Gentlemen, we have come through thick and thin, 4 different opens to now crown our champion at the end of today. As I always say, how does it feel to be here?
I'm ready, man. It feels good. It feels so good to finally get here, and to not only get here, but as we mentioned yesterday, for the first time, what it feels like forever, we are not just straight up handing a crown over to Northwood University. There is a chance we get a brand new title here for one of these 4 universities here. That can be brand new for 3 of the 4, but hey, you know what? I'll take 75% odds. It's a lot better than we usually get.
I'm incredibly excited. I don't think words can really measure the excitement, not just for all of us, but for these teams, for everyone who's been competing through every single CRL Open we've had. The parity is real. Northwood, this isn't a free crown for them. We have 4 teams left on this Championship Sunday bracket, and every single one of them have a chance at that CRL crown.
I think for me, the biggest thing is that we also see from a lot of the players when we talk to them, it's like, hey, how hype are you about this? They're like consummate professionals, you know, like media trained. They're like, yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, we're just going to go out there. Meanwhile, like before this broadcast, everyone on the broadcast crew is like fist bumping virtually, I guess, because we're not in person. But if we were, I know it's like just chest bumps. We're all freaking out and all hyped up because everybody is super excited for the return of CRL. And right now, as we said, the show is living up to it based on how the teams have been playing. Everyone's peaking at the right time. It's a really nice thing to see.
$20,000 in Scholastic prizing on the line for this weekend. We already saw some of the action yesterday, so let's look at some of the highlights here, Taco. Talk to me about the matchups that we saw and what we can kind of expect going into today with these amazing plays that we witnessed.
Well, we started off with Concord being Concord, and St. Clair, unfortunately, not really being what they used to be. They had to make a roster change a little bit later on in the season, and the biggest thing that we noticed is that the chemistry is still there, but right now, there's only so much you can do about Crispy. He was nigh unstoppable, basically, throughout all of that, and when he went to the other series, you had variable performances coming in from Davenport. We see the highlights, some great passing downfield, Cam automatic off the backboard, as kind of per usual, but those chances were far and few between, which leads to some awkward moments. So that's really how a lot of the lower semis tried to kind of eke on out. It was just eventually brute force that was able to propel Maryville through Davenport as a result that most of the analyst desks somewhat expected. And
I want to go to
West
set for this one, though, here, Taco. I mean, West Virginia, they were the stars of the show today.
Yeah, this was such an incredible match to really watch because I think we can all agree over the past few weeks, we have not completely, but very closely discounted West Virginia. It very much felt like, yeah, we believed in them a bunch of times. We put our faith in them, and every single time, whether it's double elimination bracket or not, we've been disappointed. And somehow they were able to take down one of the favorites in Akron Blue.
We want to talk a little bit more about this disappointment, though, that we talked about Ball State. A lot of us going into the season saw the great things from them. I mean, we saw other different events that they won in the past and had great looks going into summer series. And then afterwards, it felt like they fizzled out fast. Was there just something missing from them this season when looking at this 0-game victories that they were able to get against Northwood?
I wish I could tell you what actually happened with this Ball State team. I don't have an answer, to be honest, for you. I feel like it's a combination of a couple of things. I feel it's a combination of the teams getting better. Multiple teams here are brand new to the CRL scene in comparison to when they won that national championship way back in spring of this year. In addition to that, I do feel like they're starting to run into some issues just in terms of their play style. One of the biggest things that Ball State were complimented for was their hyper-aggressive, in-your-face offense that did not let teams push them back into a defense. That didn't happen yesterday. Northwood were able to break out of their half pretty often. We're able to get a decent amount of offense, and, well, you can see the results.
Quote-unquote decent.
I want to talk a little bit more about Akron here, though. I know a lot of us were having big hopes for them. I mean, they won against Northwood twice in their third open to get their victory and their own crown of old that we had seen from Akron way back. Like, I think 2021 was the last time we saw them actually make it into a grand final like that. But what really broke down for that team against this West Virginia squad? Was it just it being single elimination here, Taco?
It might as well be, because that's really what the pattern seems to be. We even talked to Evil in the interview after their series and said, hey, looked great. Akron, I mean, definitely was putting up a decent fight, but West Virginia was just altogether better. Matter had probably the best series I've ever seen out of him. And he said, yeah, something about Sungal Elam. It's just a mental hurdle that they have to continuously get by. Now they don't really have to focus on double, but when they know they absolutely 100% have to get it done, they can. And now they have to see whether that extends to a second straight day.
Well, we have the European bout that's coming up here in just a little bit, but even with that, I mean, so many talented players coming from across the pond. Even St. Clair, we saw a lot of great looks from them when they made it into the semifinals with their own roster in Open 2. I mean, Seb, I don't want to remind you about that, but I do want to talk to you a little bit. No, not about that, but about how Europe has kind of leveled the playing field for other colleges facing off against Northwood here.
So it is interesting because we talk about this European invasion, that we have 3 teams in this top 8 who are almost entirely comprised of European talent. I've talked about on Twitter that I think it is a actual good thing. This is the most parity, the closest we've seen these teams compete in years, where before we tried our best, because we've been on these broadcasts, to hype up these teams that are looking to challenge Northwood, and it ends in a 4-0 in the grand final almost all the time because Northwood is just that good. You bring in these European teams, RLCS caliber teams, as well as the 2023 CRL World Champions, bringing them over to North America where they have a chance to compete consistently. And now Northwood has to look at the field and like, okay, we actually have to try now. We actually have to go for scrims with proper teams and play at our best.
It's almost like we'll be guaranteed a world championship matchup at the end of the day for those grand finals, regardless of if Northwood or West Virginia make it, or Marville or Concord. Europe versus North America based on these teams is bound to happen. But we got to talk about this first matchup on the docket. Marville versus Concord, a storied program in Marville facing off against kind of the new kids on the block in esports in general. 2,200 students total from Concord when I visited them this past weekend. They are ready to show the world that they mean business, but this is going to be the toughest matchup yet. I don't think the St. Clair matchup was the best warm-up for them, Taco.
I mean, it's a tough thing, but the thing is, you don't really need a warm-up when it's just a single game.
True.
You just got to go for it. So for me, I think that was a little bit of a concern, I would think, if we were playing this out on a single day. But for the most part, I think Concord is fine. They came in pretty confident regardless. I mean, we even talked to Crispy afterwards and said, hey, no matter who we play tomorrow, because that was prior to the Maryville-Davenport series, they said, we're going to take this win. And I think that's exactly the mentality you need to have. I despise it when players get into interviews and we say, hey, how do you think you're going to do? And they're like, we're going to try our best. It's like, okay, that's basically just saying, we'll see what happens. No, you have to be able to do that because you are going up against Maryville. So if you were saying, hey, last series didn't really test you, this is like in some cases, final exam if you want to start rating teams.
These teams have been trading wins back and forth, left and right, every time we've seen them face off against each other. There's been some asterisks alongside some of them when we did see Speed, I believe, come back directly the day before from vacation for that Open 3 where Concord did take them down in that lower bracket matchup. But even then, there's no more excuses for these teams, Bass. This is going to be the peak performance for both of these squads. What do you think is going to be the key to victory for either team?
Honestly, I think it's going to be consistency. One of the biggest things we've talked about, especially when it comes to Concord throughout this season, is that, yeah, CMOS and Crispy, we know how good they are. We are very well aware based on RLCS accolades, based on the way that they have played, how they've done overall. That man in the bottom left is who you're going to have to focus on. Helix has probably been, unfortunately, the redheaded stepchild of this entire crew, as they continually are like, well, if things go wrong, we're probably blaming Helix. If things go right, it's because Helix is playing up to the level he needs to. In my opinion, I think most of those questions have kind of died over the last couple weeks as we've seen him go from a question mark of a player to a definitive, consistent third for the team. But he needs to do that again here today. If he cannot perform to the level at which the rest of the players on this pitch will, they're going to struggle.
What I love to see is both of these teams playing in facility as well. I believe the Concord boys actually playing in front of an audience. You see the projector with the stream in the background as well, and they are hyped and ready. And we saw kind of earlier on that CMOS was getting their team hyped last night, ready for the matchup. But we'll talk a little bit about that later. Let's talk about predictions here on who we think is going to come out on top in this series. I know out there you can use your channel points in the chat, if you're on Twitch at least, to get your votes in on who you think is going to come out on top. Thankfully, I've been kind of lucky with that, but we'll see. I'm not putting any in this Sunday because I don't know exactly how things go down. And that's why I have my analysts here. So, Taco,
yeah.
Who do you think is going to come out on top in this matchup and why?
I think for me, I did some predictions beforehand, and most of the brackets going the way, I think I was a little bit favorable towards Akron, so West Virginia coming in. Well, it messed things up, but at least for this first matchup, I do have Maryville taking this win just because history tends to be on their side when Concord has been able to take a win. I feel like it's something where it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Speed was a little off. He was coming back. He's on low hours. Now there's really no excuses, but I know that if both teams play up to each other's potential, I feel like we do have a chance for a really competitive series. I just feel like Maryville, it's like they were built exactly for these types of tournaments, and I believe that they get it done here in the semifinal.
Okay. How many games? I'll send it right back to you for a quick answer.
I think we go at least to 6, but I could see like being the stakes and the first game on, no fatigue or anything. It's a middle of the afternoon. We're not playing a morning series or whatever. I think we go to I'm just gonna stick with 6 for right now. For
fair. Okay, Seb, do you agree, disagree? How do you feel?
So it is interesting because when Maryville was built, this is a team that we all looked at on the pod and just privately. This is a team that's meant to win CRL. And then when Concord was also built, we're like, this is a team that's meant to win CRL. And it very much stands to reason that over the course of this CRL semester, both of these teams have shown that, both have won an open, both have competed against each other. Maryville, though, does have the edge in matchups, and we have to take that into account. It's just been a constant struggle for Concord against Maryville. Even though they've gotten close many times, they just haven't gotten over that bump yet. And so because of that, I gotta give it to Maryville. They are going to be our first grand finalist. And I'll even I'll give Concord some credit. I think this is gonna be a European banger of a derby. I'm gonna say it goes 7.
Okay. 7, that's respectable. 6, also understandable too, but still for the side of Maryville, is it leaning towards the death sweep here? Bass, how are you feeling?
If you watched yesterday, you know where I'm picking on this one. I'm sticking with Maryville. I still believe these guys are making it to the finals. And honestly, as much as I do agree with the points that both Taco and Seb have made thus far, the reason I'm picking it is for a completely different one, and it's a completely different individual. His name is Knight. The West MVP showed himself this summer, and the real way he showed himself this summer wasn't necessarily throughout the season. He was good throughout the season, don't get me wrong. We got the Championship Sunday of Summer Series, and that kid popped off. Yes. Different version of him. He was definitively the best player on the pitch, even in the series that he lost against Northwood in the final. If Knight can replicate that type of performance here on Sunday, which I expect him to, I don't think Concord have a chance. I still think we go to 7 here, but I think it's definitively Maryville taking this.
Definitively Maryville taking this from the West Shell. Gotcha. But even then, we talk about the West a lot with Maryville, the only Western Conference, which doesn't exist currently, representative in Collegiate Rock League in the top 8 from what we've seen. Well, there's another West we got to talk about, and that is West Virginia, where Concord hail from. They won the battle of West Virginia against WVU earlier on, and I think they're going to win the battle here again with the vibes that they are bringing into this match. You got to go with Concord. If you're going with your heart, with your brain, you might say Maryville, but I am a lover at heart here, and I have so much love for Concord for this matchup. But it is going to come down to both of these teams giving their all at the end of the day. Only one of them will rise to the challenge and take their journey to the top into the grand finals. This is our first semifinal of the day. Maryville, they scouted Europe to find another super team for their program, while Concord brought in CMOS and Crispy to bring down the house to CRL with Helix for the ultimate vibe. Our first semifinal is set to be a majority European grudge match, and only one team will rise towards greatness. Without further ado, let's get this match started.
The Golden Road is long and arduous, and it starts here for both these teams. Europe versus Europe, best of 7, all vying for the grand finals. Let's get this series started.
I love the parody that we have painted here today. It's incredible. Not only is it the European battle, but it's the 2/3 European battle on both sides. We mentioned it, 2 European pros to each team, and then a North American to back them up. On one side it is Knight, on the other side it is Helix. And while we've mentioned the circumstances between the two of them being a far and stark contrast in between, it does not mean that the results have been any different. Both teams have taken a win throughout our CRL Open. Both teams have found their ways to the semi-final. The only question now, Seb, is who makes it any further. It might be Concord, because already Helix is starting off.
And one thing we didn't mention as much on the desk is, let's remind ourselves, these are 2 European squads that have third players in fantastic North American pieces, as Helix will be able to open things up for Concord.
Good start here for Concord, but it is a long road, as you mentioned. This is not going to be the end result. If you expect Marville to not just keep firing back, you're sorely mistaken. Both of these teams have had a knack for kind of, racking up these goals on the scoreboard. Not exactly doing it so far, though. A little bit of chaos out of midfield might actually slow down Concord and almost open them up to a mistake. Not a great touch off the backboard. Lack they're up on the follow and a pitch to make the save.
Definitely a luck factor, I think. Helix not intending for it, as the mech's a little bit rusty on the defensive end. No boost, but still able to get a touch in the midfield. Relating, trying to get a touch. Knight will get around, but gets demoed for his efforts. Simas, Crispy can't get it over the defense as we continue in the midfield. Relating, going to send it down. And Concord looking to stay alive.
Stuff so far from both teams. The singular goal we found from Helix early on, the only thing separating, but we are still just with about a minute played so far. Marville definitely starting to find their chances, especially against the midfield that starting to become contested. Maybe it needs to be a bit more contested, and maybe they need to contest the backboard as well. Helix, he's just picking up goals off of mistakes on defense.
It's crazy too, because it's not as if Helix hasn't made mistakes of his own, but on the offensive end, he's putting in the clutch factor. He's making it work. Going to be able to solidify a 2-0 lead here against Marville. Concord coming out early.
I mean, this is why I stated, as much as Helix is definitely... I don't think that's going in. No, it's as much as I want to mention that, again, Helix is definitely the player that is probably the least prominent in this lobby. Not for the sake of trying to diss him or his abilities, but everybody else in this lobby's got accolades to speak of. Everybody else in this lobby has made RLCS. As the only player who has not, there's a lot of weight on his shoulders and a lot of expectations he has to overcome. Seb, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm thinking so far he's done exactly that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. One thing I do want to point out, too, is that not only have they made RLCS, but we're also seeing a lot of the European duos actually compete in duo tournaments outside of the CRL circuit, outside of the RLCS circuit, further solidifying their experience within North America as they get used to what we have to offer here.
Good start so far for both teams, but definitely a better start for Concord. Like we said, Marville have had their chances, but outside of that, they haven't really been able to generate a lot of good shots. Got one technically here from Knight, but mostly it's this battle out of midfield that has continued to ensue. Blading trying to change that up. He's got around one, not around another, and Helix barely flinches and goes for the pass. The shot a little bit high, but my goodness, Concord just not missing a beat.
Not at all. Crispy looking for a good 50 as well. Speed, decent amount, trying to get it over. Relating, plays the advanced first man, but can't get much as Concord will send it back downfield. Marville, the moment that they get a spear going, it is completely blunted by Concord's defense.
The one thing I will mention to a lot of our audience who's probably watching this right now and going, why are you guys hyping up Marville so far? They're just being outclassed. Reminder that both of these teams have a tendency, we'll say, to go the distance in series. I would say lesser so for Marville. We've seen a couple of sweeps for them recently, both in favor and against them. But man, Concord love to go the distance, whether it is 5 games or 7 games total. It doesn't really matter. They are happy to play through as many as possible. That being said, usually they start a little slower than this, Seb. One of the only criticisms we had this season is that they take a game or two before they find their form. Can't say the same here. Nice. I can at least say that they conceded a goal, though.
Well, it's not done just yet. Knight with the All-American decal. Look at that. Even banner and profile puts a nice slot away from Helix as he is a little slow on the rotate.
I gotta love the fact that not only does he have the full American decal like setup and everything, he's also got Steph Curry as his picture. Night, trying to say goodbye to everybody that he's played against right now, man. I love it, and this is the mentality these players have to have. You have to truly believe that you are better than everybody, and you gotta brag in their faces when you do. Felix, you hit that, you're allowed to brag to everybody for the rest of the time.
Yeah, you can see he was trying to angle himself for a pass over to his teammate, but couldn't get the accuracy down. Knight playing the aggressive. Crispy relating. Looking to keep it in the orange half as we approach the last minute of gameplay here in our first semi-final. Simas going to send it downfield. Speed, not as mechy as he used to be, but still incredibly positioned when he needs to. Simas going to send it downfield as Concord looking comfy, but Marville slowly gaining some steam. Speed looking for one, going to play it slow, and it will go through. Marville have tied the game.
This is so perfect from Speed. It may look like a little bit of a weak shot, but it's very intentional. Crispy's got no boost, so as long as he puts his awkwardly for him, making it a little bit slower, forcing him to, try and adjust his pathing, it works great. Awkward position, can't make the save, can't just try to slam it against the backboard, and cannot keep the lead. 2-2 here now after a 2-0 start that they got both those goals within about a minute, so since then it has been all Marville.
Yeah, I think Concord letting the clutch slip a little bit in terms of just holding down the midfield. They got to keep the pressure on. That way, not give too many transition opportunities to Marville like this. It could be dangerous if no one gets the touch. Crispy can't do him for itself. Simas will try and just waste as much time through the midfield and transition as he can. Leaves it for Helix to set up a shot. Knights, and it will be saved by Speed.
So far, we just got it back and forth here in our final minute, and I think it's because both teams would rather go to an overtime than make a mistake. You can see, oh my gosh! I was going to say you can see it with nobody wanting to get these heavy touches that boom downfield. You maybe should have taken one there, Helix. You will not be punished for your mistake, but goodness, what a way to enter overtime.
I don't know if there is nerves or maybe it's just a little bit too morning, of course, because gamers wake up at, 12. I still think that there is just a little rust that both these teams are knocking off, and it really shows in some of the defensive touches that we're seeing on both ends of the pitch.
I mean, you heard it from VOD. Concord was in very good spirits last night as they had a little bit of a party inside of their esports facility, same place they're playing right now. They were bumping music, bumping lights, and doing all that. Maybe they should have focused on staying a little bit more prepared for today than celebrating last night. The top four is great, but gentlemen, you really want to celebrate? You got to make it to the finals and then win it all. Like you said, they're looking a little bit worse for wear, but I'm not too doubtful yet. They still look solid and have an attack building. Speed to make the save, but the job's not done. More offense from Concord.
I spoke with Simas briefly before the bracket started yesterday, giving him good luck, good wishes, as Simas looks for the flip reset, can't get it around, and he said Helix, as he looks to end it all, will be saved. Crispy will get the rebound as we wrap up game one for Concord.
I gotta give it to Helix, man. The positioning in which he is putting these touches has been so difficult for anyone on Maryville to read. The first two goals he gets perfectly placed. That one would have been perfectly placed. The double touch is perfectly on target, but what it does more than threaten the net is that it pulls out defenders to commit. No one back from Maryville. And Crispy, well, he says, thank you very much. I gave you an assist, you give me one, and give Concord the win.
Yeah, great stats, though, from Helix. And even though, again, there were some defensive touches that it was a little sus coming from Helix, it didn't matter. 5 shots, 2 goals for him, and an assist across the board for everyone, as all of Concord rocking the RLCS 2024 tags that we just got. And before I was rudely interrupted by Helix actually scoring and winning game one, I did talk to Simas before the bracket started, and he said that a top 2 for Concord was the minimum, and that is the bar that is set for Concord. I imagine Calix is giving the same bar for Maryville, the same standard, and both these teams looking for that grand final spot and are going to fight tooth and nail for every single inch.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to see it trade back and forth with who gets the lead, who ends up getting goals early, and really this type of play style that we've already seen. Like I said, hyper offensive on both sides. It doesn't mean that the defense is going to be lackluster or at the cost of said offense, but get ready. You're going to see goals like that. You're going to see double touches. You're going to see breakaway plays and flicks that just kind of maneuver through the defense. And that player in particular is one you got to focus on. Simas has been one of the most threatening players in all of CRL. Same with Crispy, but you kind of know that from his positioning yesterday. And similarly, this man needs to wake up. Knight did not have a bad first game. I'm not going to say that by any stretch, but you haven't quite seen the full impact of Knight yet. Maybe we'll see it here in our second game as we head on to Forbidden Temple.
Well, there was a reason why he was awarded Western MVP in Summer Series when we did see him. The amount of pop-off potential that he has is extraordinary, but same with Relating, as he'll open things up for Maryville in Game 2.
I have continued to compliment Relating Wave throughout this season, and I will do it again. Just so heads up in every touch that he makes here, whether it's the cut through at midfield after the pop off the sidewall, or recognizing he just have to get it around that defense. Not necessarily put banger shots on, but just maneuver so slightly. That extra touch at the end will give them the lead, and Maryville are going to be thankful for it. Only 15 seconds into the second game, and they've got some breathing room.
It is so weird for me, because I've known Relating for a long while before he was a top-tier player in the RLCS, and it is very humbling to see him in such a top-tier fashion in CRL and be able to excel at it and really find his comfort zone to be able to play at this level. It is awesome to see. Speed will send it down. Relating, looking for another. Knight tries to pre-flip into it, but won't be able to.
Nothing so far here working out for Concord. Maybe this will. That's a great pass out center, but it's a little too high. I was gonna say, it might come back to bite the defense of Maryville for not being prepared for it, though, as awkward on awkward, no one making contact, and then a double commit. Concord, so much good buildup, but when it comes time for them to be coordinated, the only player who's holding back is Helix, and it's still not gonna be enough.
I will say Knight falling down there made my heart flutter a little bit. I'm like, there's no way this could be disastrous as he falls down, but Concord, it just feels like they're jumping a gun a little bit. They're getting decent opportunities, but they're a little quick to it, trying to rush the opportunities given rather than play them slowly and efficiently.
At this point, we got 3.5 minutes to go, and as much as I want to say that Concord can mount this comeback, which they can, I need to see something switch up on their offense right now. Feels like they keep sending balls to the backboard, expecting somebody to be a bit awkward there, but I think they've cleaned up the mistakes. Maryville lost because of that in game number 1. I don't think they're keen on losing in game 2 by the same results, and as a result of that, they're getting more offense, more and more time being spent on the Concord half, and even if they do get these contests out at midfield, look at how prepared the defense is to back up these 50s, relating with a full tank of boost, speed with a full tank of boost. They're barely flinching at the Concord offense, and that's a problem when you're getting scored on like this on the transition.
Beautiful redirect from Relating, getting the read, and this speed Relating duo they have been playing continuously over and over. This one catches Concord out of position, and with it, solidifies a 2-0 lead.
Okay, maybe we don't need to see Knight turn up at all. He has been the least efficient player in offense for his team, and I don't think he needs to. When Speed and Relating Wave are continually just sort of clicking like this, yeah, I think they've got a decent strategy. Demos are going to help them out as well, but an extra shot here would have been even better. Off the ceiling, it drops down. CMOS to clear the lanes, but only out to Relating Wave, who can boom it to the backboard, and no one for Concord prepared for it. They got to be thinking they're lucky stars. That should have been a goal.
I'm a little bit worried about the boost efficiency from Concord, though. Even at points when they're able to get the midfield control, they just don't have the boost, especially on the defensive end, to keep Maryville at bay. And if you want a chance to at least reduce this lead a little bit, you're going to have to keep an eye out and have that pitch vision, as this clear will go out so Concord can relax just a touch.
For about a quarter of a second, because immediately this one goes in the air, and they got to be quick with it. Like we've mentioned, not many opportunities for the team, but if they do find them, it's been on breakaways when being very few moments of Maryville being vulnerable on defense. I think they might have missed their moment here. Crispy trying to get something started, but Relating's got a full tank. Same with Speed, who unfortunately can't use his speed to dust the defense, but we'll get the backup there. Relating Wave passes it towards Crispy and CMOS, I guess. Both of them combining, but not a lot of boost. And I was going to say it might work out, but again, just look at the recoveries. Maryville just closing these gaps so quickly.
Speed's so experienced, knows when to be in position for that save, especially when Knight a touch overextended. Knight almost getting the second touch, gets the angle. It's going to go wide. Relating can't get the cut, so it will leave Knight, who has to pre-jump for it, and he does actually in a phenomenal fashion to keep Maryville alive. Off the corner, Speed pre-jump, shot on. Knight will finish. Beautiful 1-2-3 from Maryville.
This is gross, man. Every player getting involved in the right ways, every touch precision to get it to open space where nobody from Concord can even get a touch to interrupt. And this is the concern we have with Maryville. As we mentioned coming into this, if either team wanted to win, it had to be all three players firing on all cylinders. Oh my goodness! And Knight's doing that, and he's doing it well!
It's done. The boys have peaked. Maryville have entered the server. Knight, the MVP, is here.
You might just take MVP of this whole dang tournament if he keeps playing like this, man. We asked for a turn-up of Knight after game 1 where he only had a single goal. Game 2, he's got 2 goals and an assist as his team is looking to shut out Concord. I'll be real, Seb. I expected definitely a change-up for Maryville after game 1 and them losing in overtime. I did not expect a 4-0 with still a minute to go.
Well, listen, we knew that this was going to be a competitive series, and there are pieces all over for Concord to show that they're not out yet.
They're not done. They're not done. Not by a long stretch. The only issue for them is they got to do that again and again and again. And then they only get to overtime. They've got 53 seconds to get 3 goals. And while it's technically possible, honestly, if Maryville goes back to, battening down the hatches and playing a better defense on the backboard, I don't know if they're going to give them many chances.
So this one essentially done unless Concord goes on a miraculous run for this game too, and I think they would love that. Speed gonna go underneath, tries to demo Crispy, but Crispy will get the defensive touch to keep Concord alive. 30 seconds though, 3 goals. This one is just about over. A beautiful and really needed rebound from Maryville to enter this series. We knew this one was going to be competitive. I have no doubt it's going to continue to be.
Oh yeah, no, this is just the preview as what's to come throughout the latter parts of this series. Good on Maryville, though, like we said, for not only cleaning up their plays, but really making adjustments necessary against this Concord team. One of the most complimentary things we have to say about this Maryville team is how good they are at those adjustments. And credit to them, it's not due to just, happenstance. They are able to make these adjustments. It's Helix, it's their coach, one of the most experienced players in all of CRL, and he not only was a player for Maryville in the past, but he said, I will step down as a player in order to put players that are better than me so I can help them improve. That type of mentality is why Maryville take the win here. It is why they are here on Championship Sunday, and it's why, honestly, I think they're going to take this momentum and run with it.
It's just when Maryville, they have so much confidence as a team, and we saw that in their previous series during the quarterfinals, where they will take like literally musty 50s and just play around with you. They do have, and I mentioned this yesterday, they do have a certain aura to them where they have the confidence to know that they can beat you. Helix is one of the most confident people I know in terms of history within CRL, and he is instilling that, or at least helping to instill that in his team. Concord, though, it's not as if they do not have the pieces. They have the pieces to make it work. They have shown that for game one. It's just the pendulum is in Maryville's favor.
I gotta say, I think you're putting it very lightly when you say Helix is one of the most competitive people in CRL. This dude will trash talk anybody, and he will be proud to do so. He has been probably the forefront of the, quote, European invasion that we've spoken about a lot, and you can see him there in Relating Waves cam and also in Speeds cam. That man behind all these guys, to the right there, watching over the shoulders, just anxiously moving his fingers, that's Helix, and there's reason to be anxious here. Again, Concord, while definitely coming into this one the underdog, Seb, it is not as if this Maryville team has not lost to them before. One of the greatest examples, in my opinion, of this is actually before the season began. We had a LAN to start off the CRL season, and it was Concord that took the whole thing home over a Maryville team there as well. Maryville have probably been looking for revenge since that day, and they're close to finding it. A huge win in Game 2. Can they do it again here in Game 3?
Well, we will see as we get going on to Game 3, and with it, momentum firmly in Maryville's favor, though we do have a tie series. I'm just curious as to when we'll see, in my opinion, Simas being one of the star players for this Concord side. I would need to see him get more involved with the demos, with really clearing up the Maryville and being that first man that just bugs the defensive rotation.
Can I make a controversial take here?
Sure.
I'm gonna be real.
Whoa.
I think.
Whoa.
We'll go back to take in a second. Let's just praise Knight for now.
Yeah, this is, we've seen this kind of happen, I think, to Concord in previous games, where they trust a little bit too much in their 50 ability. And against lesser teams, sure, you can do that. But against Maryville, who literally have people who can nail you on the 50s, punish your mistakes, you're not going to get away with simple ones.
No, you're absolutely not. And honestly, that play kind of further emphasizes the point I was about to make. I honestly think right now, best player on the team for everyone on Concord is Helix. And I don't think it should be that way. We've mentioned it before. Seamoss and Crispy are the two proven players on the team, the ones we expect to play to the caliber of which is necessary to win a series like this. The only player right now that I'm seeing consistently do that is Helix. And yes, there are moments like this from Seamoss, which are brilliant, but I've also seen Crispy dive into the same plays. Double commits from those two players in particular have left Concord with a lot of opportunities missed, and I think they need to be a little bit more careful. If they can tighten up the rotations just a little bit, this team is back on top. For right now, I can't say that.
Seamus needed the accuracy, and now Helix and Seamus will be out. Crispy backflips relating, jukes him out quite nicely. Helix and send this downfield. Crispy gonna go in for the demo as first man. I think this is where Speed will be able to punish, but Crispy will be on the back wall.
All the way back to Relating Wave. What more can he do with this? Definitely keep it close, but Speed's going to have to bail him out. Heavy touch to the sidewall and then to himself. Crispy not going to allow that, but Concord still hunting for their first goal here in game number 3. Got some offense brewing. Helix, flip reset, looking for the 50, will not find it. Speed will find the 50, and so will Seamoss, and it forces Knight to make a save, and same with Relating. Again, Concord starting to find more offensive pressure. They just need to do something with it.
That's the thing, is they're finding the offensive pressure, but I think it's lacking a bit in creativity, or at least vision to be able to make it work. I'm not seeing too many just really well-executed passing plays. It's just trying to poke holes into where the defensive rotation is rather than set a play up for themselves. That's a beautiful execute.
I really do want to see passing plays from this team. We've already seen a couple of them from Maryville. We know how good they can be. But oh my goodness! No, I was going to say Concord are pretty good at them as well. That would have been one of the plays of the day, but unfortunately the woodwork had other ideas.
It's just, the post is the fourth man, and in this case it really worked out for Maryville. It's one thing if you win, but it's a whole other if you get the style points. Crispy trying to play the midfield, going in for the demo, can't get an opening. Helix stuck in the 1v2. Knight looking for speed. Helix can't go high enough. Speed can't get the shot on. 2 minutes remaining. Maryville still has the lead.
I'm upset at you, Speed. For all the effort that Knight just had, and you can't reward him with a goal. Man outmaneuvered almost the entire team, but you know what? It's okay, because the single goal still does stand. The lead for Maryville as we go into the final 100, but could quickly be erased. Crispy looking for a 50, will find it, and another double commit. Seb, how many times have we seen these double commits, and then this exact result?
It feels like Concord, they're getting so close, but it results in just them jumping the gun, not being able to execute, solidify themselves, and be able to play in a proper offensive fashion, and is showcasing against Maryville right now, and they will punish every time. This is a championship caliber team.
It's painful because it's not as if Concord are playing egregiously otherwise. It's just these moments in offense where you can see the pressure get to them. A random double commit, and again, I hate to mention it, but it is one of CMOS or Crispy involved in those double commits at almost every moment. Helix is still, in my opinion, being the more consistent player, and the reason why? He's hesitating. That sounds kind of dumb, but it is necessary. You need to be able to pick and choose your moments of full send attitude and moments where you need to take a breath and just assess the situation. I don't think we're seeing that for Concord right now. They are trying to outspeed Maryville, and it is not working.
No, and again, it's not as if the positioning is necessarily bad from the Concord side. They're clearly getting these opportunities, but I think the moment they see those opportunities, they realize, and then the pressure gets to them. Relating tries to put one underneath, but it bounces too high. CMOS looks for the 50 and pinch, but Speed will collect. Last 30 seconds. If Concord want a chance to prevent Maryville from securing a lead in this series, they have to start now. CMOS looking for one, but it'll go off the back wall.
Like their defense from Speed here, but they're going to need a little bit more. Concord definitely getting some pressure here. If they can at least get a goal now, they've got plenty of time off the kickoff to find another. That would have been their best chance. Relating wave will give them no such chance. Crispy gonna find his own, but not enough boost to slam that past the defense. Try all you might. Concord cannot find that saving goal to send them to OT or even cut the lead in half. A shutout victory for Maryville in Game 3.
Just so clear. Maryville had the space, they had the trust, everything they needed to do to be able to keep Concord at bay despite the many opportunities. 6 shots for CMOS on the board with a fat goose egg to show for it. Concord, they need to reassess, they need to study, they need to figure out what they need to do.
This is, dude, for college students, you would think they would study a little bit more, be better at studying at this point. Me personally, I mean, the issues we are seeing, I think, are as clear as day, and I think that's one of those things that's probably all the more frustrating, if I'm being honest, to this Concord team, is that they recognize where they are making mistakes. They are overexerting in moments that they don't need to. Their offense isn't getting solid enough shots on target. The concern is that as much as they know the mistakes that they're seeing here, I don't know if this is an easy correction. It's minuscule things. It would be one thing if, okay, the rotations overall aren't working, we need to pull back a little bit. But it's not that. It's the small rotations in moments that are causing problems, not the overall.
Can I point out that Knight looks so American right now? Not only with the tag and everything, but with the camo hunting hat. Man, looks like he just came out of, I don't know, some forest, you know. I don't know. I don't,
Missouri, right?
I don't hunt, so yeah, sure, I guess, whatever works. Regardless, we are underway with Game 4. Maryville leading the series. Concord on the back foot once again against their European rival. We'll see what they can do.
Find out. This is going to be semi-make or break for Concord, in my opinion. As much as we've talked about this team. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take back my statement already. I was going to say, you know what? Yeah, I'll go back to my statement once again. What are the odds of turning it around if Maryville keeps doing things like this?
This is just vintage Speed. This is what you would see back in like Season 7, Season 8. Bringing back the mechs, bringing in the amount of pressure that Maryville are putting on Concord.
Well, I was going to, my original statement was going to be, I don't know how you fight back against Marville if they keep taking this momentum. One thing I will mention to our audience is that, yes, we mentioned it earlier, you know, Concord, love to go to 5 or 7 in the series. They've done it in reverse sweeps before. It wouldn't be a reverse sweep here. It would be a tied series if they keep playing like this.
I mean, you mentioned Helix being the star for this team in Concord, and he has shown up. He needs to put Concord on his back to carry Concord across the finish line against a Marville that is looking for that championship.
Marville looks so good, but every once in a while you see a moment of brilliance from Concord that reminds you why they got here and why they are a team to be feared. Oh my goodness, Seamus trying to prove it again, but not really a great touch out of him. He doesn't have a lot of boost, and that is a bad read from Crispy. That's the only way you can really say it. Gives up all the offensive pressure that Concord were building, and Speed will try to take advantage of that. Helix, though, great couple touches, and a clear breakaway. Just shoot it on target, but he can't find the touch. And again, Concord, 99% of the way there. That final
Crispy
1% continues to plague them.
I think it's sort of working out, though, in terms of... this is... Helix! What a save! He made a flub and turned it to gold as Concord able to stay alive. Seamus going to send it downfield for some breathing room and look to transition into the attack. Seamus taking possession one more time. Knight in the back post, but Helix isn't ready for the shot, looking for another pass, but it will be continued by the offensive pressure of Concord.
I like that Concord are getting more chances, but again, just look at how okay, well, that was a bad time for me to mention how steadfast the defense was.
Yeah, you saw Concord turn off, too, because like they had no idea that he was going to whip that either.
Literally, so otherwise, outside of that moment, the defense has been good, and that's the problem for Concord here, is that they're trying to get this past the defense that just seems prepared for everything. Great example, Speed pre-jumped that one almost immediately. He saw a player go up, went, I'm not even going to give you the touch to the backboard, I will cut it out before it becomes a problem. And Marville are so good at this, whether it's at midfield, the backboard, and anywhere on defense, they are limiting the chances for Concord, and while they have had so much offensive pressure, we've seen this before. All Marville need is one good transition. They are so quick on the counterattack and can do so much with it.
I think at this point, Concord are realizing that Marville, they're doing a good job at not only maintaining all the boost within the midfields, but trying to just maximize the amount of opportunities they can get while they're in that blue half. Seamus looking for the bump on Knight to create an opening. Knight going all the way across, relating, trying to keep it in play. Crispy sending it downfield, needs to get over Speed, doesn't, as Speed will keep it in the orange.
Blading wave. Oh, actually going to be called off by Speed. I thought he'd be the next one to attack, but now it's Knight that gets a turn. Flip reset, and a powerful one at that, and almost an extra touch. Seamus will keep it away. Relating wave will keep it close, and Crispy will try to find something here out of the corner. A lot of boost to work with and a good air dribble, but what more can he do with it once he gets past midfield? Not all too much. Pass out center, and I don't think that's going to be enough.
No, and Crispy, I saw that he was taking the 50 off the wall slow, having flashbacks to the previous dunk from game 1. I think it's smarter if Concord use their brain, use that student brain that they all have. I really do think that they can do damage against Marville here as they look to tie up this series.
Got such a good chance here, but unfortunately just every little thing for them is just not building in the correct ways. They get, oh my goodness, a lot of good pieces, but that final piece of the puzzle that needs to click and paint a full picture. They've got 100 seconds to do so, and finally a breakaway play. Helix up center, looking for the bump on Speed. He will find it, and he will not find a follow-up from either of his teammates. Crispy, though, to take it to the ceiling and control it again, but Concord have got to be a little bit more advantageous. When moments like that arise, they have got to jump.
Well, it's where the boost starvation from Marville in that midfield becomes so paramount. Seamus looking all the way across, getting over one, but Knight will be there. And you can see that that midfield starving from Marville is robbing Concord of opportunities. Concord doing a good job at getting these breakaways, but the moment they do, they just don't have the tools to work with.
They have a chance here, though. Great jump from Crispy and a very bad defense from Marville. This is what we're talking about, though. If they make a mistake, you gotta punish.
Speed trying to cut back, but doesn't have the angle, and he just sets up Crispy, who's already there. Disastrous for Marville, leaving an opening for Concord as we get into our final minutes.
And that's just sometimes how it goes. Unfortunately, this defense from Marville could only hold up for so long. It was brilliant, and honestly, as much as I want to say, well, it was a rough position for them, they just happened to make a mistake, I can't even say that. Speed had almost a full tank of boost. He didn't really have much reason to go for that type of touch, but Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Unfortunately, It's going to punish them. Another goal here for Concord as the swing continues.
We talked about the use of the brain, and in this case, there was so much here. The demo, the fake, the shot. Concord are 3-1.
They find themselves the lead in a dramatic moment and a necessary one at that. This is huge for them to not only tie the series, but to really break the momentum that Maryville had. Again, it's not as if...
That's speed. That is speed.
I was going to say, you know, it's been a little bit of a scoring drought for Concord in comparison to Maryville. That is, Maryville's now 8th goal in 3 games versus the only 3 here for Concord. But, hey, they kept the lead, Seth. That's not too bad.
I mean, it's still good. You know, now don't panic, okay? Don't panic if you are Concord. You only have 35 seconds, so all you have to do is just keep the possession away and keep it up high and, you know, try and prevent any more opportunities to Maryville, right? As Seamus looks for the solo, but he can't get speed out of the way.
They still got a chance here, though. It's great that they start off the kickoff with a lot of offensive pressure, but they need to live here for a moment longer. Speed trying to do his best relating wave impression with the last-second redirect, but it's not going to work out. Good thing for them, though. Boost, possession, and some time to work with. Out of the sidewall, Speed a good 50. Helix awkward. The demo on Night, though, means no backup there, so can they keep this alive? Kinda.
Not done yet.
Waiting. Find something.
No. Yeah, Concord finally able to tie up this series, again producing the banger that we all knew was possible. So close between so many of these teams, but Concord just barely edging out. I think they were starting to sweat a little bit by the end of this game.
Bro, I was starting to sweat.
I know. I'm in a turtleneck. I'm already
nervous.
sweating. What do you mean?
Yeah, see, exactly. I got a long sleeve polo on, bro. What am I supposed to do? Like, legitimately, though, I do think that Concord are starting to not only feel the pressure, but are starting to actually handle the pressure a little bit better. We mentioned it. In games 1 through 3, there was not a lot of involvement from Crispy and CMOS, and we expected more from them. Now we finally get it. Crispy gets 2 goals and 2 saves. CMOS 2 assists for his team, the only assist for the teams, and 3 saves as well. They are finally starting to find that full field pressure that we know Concord can produce, and they're doing it well.
I think what's really cool to see is, like, they're not rattled. Concord in this case, they're not getting rattled by Maryville when they are on the back front. It really felt like a good amount of times when Maryville had that control in the offensive end, you would just see Concord collapse. You would see Crispy make a mistake off wall. You'd see Helix just struggle, or Seamus make a double commit, and it would just fall apart. But now they've kept that composure. They've taken a deep breath. And the moment when they get on offense, which was already working for them, they're communicating. They're playing cleaner. They're getting their timings right. And it clearly is working out for them as we have a tie series.
Got a tied series, and it's one that I really do believe either one of these teams could win from here on out. This is the version of Concord we needed to see in order for them to be at the level of Maryville and to be able to take down a team of this caliber. They keep playing like this, it's 100% a world where they take this win and move on to the grand finals. But I do want to remind everybody, like we mentioned before, Mr. Calix in the background, the coach from Maryville, is not going to allow them to play the same game twice. And here is why those adjustments make all the difference.
Not only this pass from Knight, beautiful, but also Speed getting the demo. The 1-2-3, this is Maryville as a unit.
That is classic Maryville, too. We mentioned it in Game 2 when they got the 3-man passing play. I will mention it again. Every part of that is vintage Maryville as well. Not just the passing play, but the musty flicker in the middle of it to get the pass. They've done that like 9 times this season, and I'd hate to say it, but I think they're pretty successful with it. I would say that they probably have better odds of completing those passes than missing them.
It is clearly working out for them, but it also looks stylish. I would love to see if we had a ranking for like most stylish team award. I would imagine Maryville ranks quite highly on that list as we just passed the minute of Game 5 in this case, and with it, I don't know, man. There's so much going on between these two. You can see there's dissection going on.
Reminder again, also, these teams still do have timeouts as well. So the fact is that Maryville didn't take a timeout and still made the adjustments in between games. I'm thinking Concord probably don't need to make adjustments, though. If they can play like they did in the last game, they've got a great chance at a comeback, but maybe slow Speed down. Or don't. Crispy in a 2v1 still finds the save.
Yeah, you can see Maryville have really turned on the transition speed to 11. And I don't mean in the game menu, I mean on the pitch as Speed looking for a pass, but Helix trying to just increase the amount of pace and cut off Speed from these passing opportunities. Concord finally able to get an opportunity for themselves, but relating, look at the cutoff.
This is probably the weirdest transition play of all time. All three players diving forward. I'm not really sure where Speed was. I think he was hoping to just sort of feign out an inlet pass in case they needed it, but instead, two-man, I guess, attempt at a bump play will give no result. Still, the 1-0 for Maryville will stand, but for how much longer? I was going to say Concord have some good offense building, but both CMOS and Helix head back with no boost in the tank, and they'll have to restart.
Yeah, Maryville just continuing that clamping in the midfield, leaving Concord with so little tools after they survive a defensive onslaught against Maryville. That is such a weird way to knock that up the wall to avoid a defender or an attacker. That I've never seen that before.
I hate to say it, but I've also seen the follow-up a couple too many times throughout this series. Double commits that turn into, I would say, just kind of bump plays between two teammates and then the end of the momentum. Concord, we've been more critical of you guys for that, but I'm starting to see some issues with Maryville as well, so I'm not going to say they're completely invincible. Okay, I was going to say Speed might just be invincible, though, if he keeps hitting touches like that. Concord, you still got to be careful, man. Stop leaving the backboard open. These guys are going to hit one of these one day.
It's so crazy because we've seen Crispy be there all the time for that back wall save. He really is the back wall anchor for this Concord squad. Knight going to be able to take control of CMOS, playing super passive as Knight tries to go for the musty to give time for his teammates to recover.
Good boost steal out at midfield means this transition, while it could be effective. Oh, I was going to say they should be prepared for it. Instead, though, how do you prepare for that? A ripper to the top right and Concord tie it.
Absolute slot from CMOS and, big boy units at 135 kph. Units too many Europeans are familiar with, as the rest of the world uses it. I realize, on the main channel we use miles per hour, but I gotta remind myself that, we use the big boy. Anyway, regardless, CMOS putting it in the corner, looking fantastic, finally getting Concord some of that momentum that they finally needed to get to stay alive in this game.
They're playing a good game again. It's just those moments of sort of awkwardness that I think have been the biggest concern for us. The double commit here, an odd rotation there, a little bit of passivity in a moment where they could probably afford to jump. But it's all right. It's afforded them the 1-0, and it's starting to put pressure against Maryville, who I think are running out of options on offense. They're struggling to find the same passing plays, or at least the effectiveness from said passing plays, despite still getting good offensive pressure. Feels very similar to Concord earlier in this series. Good thing for them, they've got an offense building. They've got 90 seconds to go, and maybe they can do something from here in the corner.
I think what's incredible to see is not only the efficiency from Concord at this point, but the cons as well. You saw CMOS covering for Helix as he had no boost. CMOS being the only one with boost and cutting that defensive rotation. That could, in many cases, be disastrous, but it kept Concord alive. It kept them alive as Maryville was putting on so many different angles. Knight going to send this down one more time, see what they can do with this possession.
Pass out center, Speed, a little bit awkward with that touch, and he's kind of serviced it out to CMOS, who's got a reset and an outlet to Crispy, but it's not going to be enough. Good thing is, Helix is on the backup, and he's got a great 50 and a double commit. Did he leave enough space? Absolutely! Brilliant play, seizing the moment, and Concord take the lead.
Crispy staying in the mix and just straight up beating Relating to the ball. Relating had no idea what hit him. Concord earning themselves the lead as it felt like they've been on the back burner for this entire game, but finally, they're on top.
And this is the version of Concord we want to see, not only with both CMOS and Crispy scoring the goals, but Helix being the distributor for them. He has both assists in this game, and while I'm happy to see him also get goals like earlier in the series, this is more what we expect from them, having two hyper-offensive players in Crispy and CMOS, and Helix giving them as many chances as he can physically muster. Great plays from Concord. The only issue, they still have 20 seconds, and Maryville are looking for another.
Maryville, I feel like they're overcomplicating their offense just a touch. They're getting these chances, but they're overcrowding the goal line. The last few seconds, a triple commit from Maryville. Someone screenshot that, and with it, Concord earning themselves the lead in this series.
They are one away from moving on to the grand finals, a grand finals that they expected to get to, but very few people probably had them getting there. Again, Maryville have had Concord's number for a while. Look, man, I'm not trying to bash on Concord. I'm just being real. Previous matchups go in favor of Maryville. Most expectations based on the results as of late go in favor of Maryville. It's not to say that Concord couldn't, but they needed this performance if they were going to get there.
Helix being the assist master for this squad in Concord, and whereas Maryville, all smiles in the player room, I imagine have all but disappeared at this point, as I don't know if there is a timeout going on.
I don't think so.
But in that case, I would recommend they take it. You know, this is their semifinal. This is everything that they've worked for throughout the course of this season. That's on stream. On their stream, they have Marville is scared. You know, I wouldn't doubt it.
I would not doubt it as well. Shout out to DJ TJ for me being a little bit. He's got the camera on. He's like, let's see if I can pop this into the mainstream. You did, and maybe it'll send a message to Marville and get them a little bit more timid here in what could be their final game of the semester. One more to go. If Concord can win it here on Neo Tokyo, they move on to the grand finals. If Marville can survive for at least a game longer, we get Champions Field and Game 7.
Marville having to deal with this pressure as we get going, everything riding on this individual game. Can they make the adjustments, or will a player like Helix be the savior for Concord in what is our first semifinal?
Can we just mention again the step up from Helix, not only throughout the season, but throughout this series as well? Again,
yes.
Crispy and CMOS were so quiet to start the series, and we had many doubts at whether or not they would even have the time afforded to be able to warm up and get into this series. The answer, a definitive yes. Helix helped this team out through the beginning of the series, and once he got a little bit quiet, Crispy and CMOS stepped up as well. The team firing all cohesively, and it has gotten them, I was going to say, some pretty good momentum going into Game 6. I don't know about that anymore.
Off this corner, Speed relating immediately there, and this is where the boost problem continues to manifest. Concord, no tools to take care of that beamer from relating.
That was, wow, what a statement. What a way in the middle of us having this complete, talk about this speech about how good Concord are, how much they've stepped up in this series, and Relating Wave goes, hold on now, you might have forgotten. I've made it to lands, bro. I've been around RLCS since before you were casting. And my goodness, this dude is proving it again. 4 minutes to go, and it definitely feels as if Marville have still got some tricks up their sleeve.
No doubt. And I imagine they talked about it a ton in the player room, just trying to settle their nerves, keep the communication alive. Crispy sends this downfield. CMOS taking control over Helix, looking for that first man demo. Speed taking control. We've seen him hit these before. Can he get over the double commit? But no, Helix knocks it away as Crispy will take it off the back wall. Helix stays in place, and the redirect sends it downfield.
I'm glad you've been mentioning a lot about the boost totals here for everybody on Concord, because I'm starting to notice they are getting better at the conservation. I think it's at the cost of something, though. Watch Helix as the definitive third man. He's very rarely on a full tank of boost. He's allowing those midfield 100 pads and those back 100s to go to his teammates. If he is going to get 100, it's there where he's stealing it in the corner, finally getting involved in the offense. So they're using him as, I'm not going to say a last-ditch effort, but only if required will they pull Helix into offense. I think it's a good idea. Not a bad idea. If you finally have CMOS and Crispy getting this type of offensive pressure we expect from them, just keep letting them do it.
It's way too close for Marville. This is a bad touch as well. And here's the thing is that Concord, they're playing a risky factor. Knight can't get the redirect. They're sort of relying that they're going to be able to nail the steal in the boost as well. Crispy juking out Speed, playing for the midfield. CMOS playing around the defender as well. Relating, playing it slow. Pass over, not in. Beautiful save from Speed.
Oh, goodness. Marville really playing with our emotions right now and probably keep the stress up for Concord. They know how desperately they need a goal here just to try and break what I think is a confident version of Marville. Look how much more definitive they are with their challenges. They're allowing Concord space in places that they normally would not afford it. Why? Because they're keeping possession of the ball and dusting them when they need to. Could have been the 2-0 for Marville. They'll go back to the drawing board.
Oh, Speed has to play this correctly. Knight will be able to keep it out, and that's where Concord has to be careful. Marville have been able to execute on these midfield passes so well throughout the course of this series, and they don't want to let up now. They want to keep that midfield control, keep Concord at bay, prevent them from getting any tools, because once they are on offense, it is a blitz against Marville.
Helix, good touch to the sidewall, and a good touch off the backboard, but he will not be rewarded. Crispy met with only a 50-50 in front of net. And Concord at this point, they're starting to live in the Marville half. More and more time spent here in attack, but it's all for naught if they can't get a goal. Again, restarting from midfield, but another double commit. And with CMOS without any boost, I think that'll be the end. Marville, again, keep getting bailed out by these Concord double commits, and Concord cannot afford to keep doing them.
Helix having to use the squishy save to keep his team alive. 90 seconds remaining here for Concord. Are we going to see the Game 7, or are Concord finally going to be able to tie up this game, and with it, hopefully, the series? But it's all for naught as Maryville continue in the offensive half. That shot total tallying away.
Speed trying to get a late touch on the ball there, but unfortunately he allows a boomer downfield to alleviate pressure and give Concord a chance. Awkward from Knight off the backboard after a bump, but he will survive. But will his team from the rest of this attack? CMOS pass out center. Knight can only spike into the backboard. Does he have the follow-up? Absolutely!
The two North Americans facing off against each other, face to face, 1v1, and Knight able to get the save that he needed to keep Maryville alive. Crispy, no resources to play with the last 30 seconds. Maryville, can you push the Game 7?
They need to be careful. Like you said, resources lacking. That boomer downfield will give them a chance. And the overcommitment from CMOS. He touches it out center, thinking a teammate will clean it up. The only one there to clean it up is Knight.
Clearly miscommed. Concord, no idea how to play that. CMOS couldn't get the touch that he wanted as was knocked away out of his hands, and Knight with the easy cleanup out of CMOS's reach. 15 seconds remaining. All Maryville needs to do is hold this to push to the Game 7 for our first semifinal. Maryville, they have done it. We are going to Champions Field.
Could it ever have ended any other way? The European battle continues to rage on as both teams are hunting for only one spot in that Grands. And honestly, Seb, I know this is a win for Maryville, and they keep doing this where they get these shutout victories. I still don't think it's a guarantee they take it here.
It has been a back and forth series throughout, but either way, it is an absolute treat for us. We get to see the peak of Collegiate Rocket League from both of our freshest imports into the CRL scene. Maryville, yes, they won this one. Look at the shot total. Look how much they needed to do just to secure a 2-0 lead against Concord here.
It took a lot out of them, man. Like, just the pressure that they had to both sustain on offense and had to endure on defense was immense. Again, 7 total shots for Concord. Not a single one of them hits the back of the net, and that is with full purpose. Maryville really were doing a good job, as we mentioned. Even if they couldn't prevent every attack that they found, those 50s on the line. We have to mention again, even in awkward moments, the ability to find saves in moments such as, I don't know, any of the 50 million shots that we've seen throughout this, just constant in and out saves, last second 50s. It's been phenomenal for Maryville, but I cannot say the same thing about Concord consistently. They get them, but Seb, those double commits are still a problem, and we're going into Game 7.
I don't know if you saw the Maryville room, but that reeks of anxiety. Can see anxiousness on the players. Concord look ready to go. No timeouts from either team. They're locked and loaded, ready to go in what will be our Game 7 Champions Field. EU versus EU.
I think we're gonna have to wait. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait for at least a second longer.
So much into that.
You did a great job. We appreciate you for that. The players apparently did, and it looks like I think Helix was not into the game quite yet. So we're gonna quick little reset. We'll be all good to go yet again
what
here.
What a series,
we
though,
make sure.
honestly. This has been such a treat to watch. I hope you guys are absolutely enjoying this, because one of the peak series of Rocket League we could have asked for. I know we've gotten these grand finals with Maryville and Concord. It's just we've seen them play in these best of fives back to back. We've seen them play throughout the course of the season. And although Maryville has their number, a single elimination best of 7 in the fall championship semifinal, that brings a whole new level of pressure.
And again, it's one of these things where I want to say, oh, you know, it's the pressure should be going to Maryville here because of the fact that, like, you know, they played well. They got the 2-0 in last game. I need to remind people of our second CRL Open of the season. A young team named Concord was able to push St. Clair to 2 best of 7s in our grand finals and won in Game 7 both times. If there is a team with a clutch factor that is undeniable in CRL, it's Concord.
We are underway now for sure and proper with our Game 7 on Champions Field. Speed having to reach for this one to keep it out. Maryville trying their best to stay alive in what is our champion semifinal point.
Ooh, speed. Extra touch on the sidewall. Actually, he's going to benefit his team pretty heavily. Good thing for Helix is he can pick up the 100 in the corner and maybe get an offense in the counterattack. That he will. And a couple extra touches to get it center. Again, my compliments to Helix, man. He has stepped up phenomenally today. He's been the forefront of a lot of the offenses that Concord have launched. Unfortunately for him on that one, it will not be successful, but he'll do it again.
Helix looking for a pass. Just going to go for the demo instead, but overreaches it by a ton. Crispy going to be able to extend this offensive pressure. Timas has the resources to work with. Gets a good 50 on relating. Helix will be there to back up. Solo play from Helix as he tries to reach overnight. Crispy follows up, gets the flick over one. Will be saved by Speed.
Speed, my goodness, I did not know you were this defensive mastermind that you apparently seem to be. 2 saves already, and we're only just about a minute removed. Might need another one. Crispy to the sidewall, hoping to maybe get a pass out to CMOS, but he cannot find the connection. Instead, Marville finally find the breakaway, but it's right into the hands of CMOS again. Plus the demo, almost a scary scenario for Marville, but they'll survive for a second longer.
Yeah, and honestly, when we look at Speed, I mean, the amount of history that he has within the game and the teammates he's had to deal with, he's had to be that defensive end of the pitch a good amount of times, but it really has paid off for him in many ways on this pitch. He's been able to keep Marville alive so many times, even to Concord's best efforts.
Another best effort here from Concord as they continue on with their attack, and kind of get beat by the double commit. Understandably, as Speed had no boost in the tank, so Knight had to bail him out, but it does force them into even more defense off the backboard. Knight in it close, but a demo is going to make it a bit awkward to try and get a pass out to center. He won't find one. Instead, we'll find 2 players from Concord barreling down and putting on pressure. And honestly, I think I can say that for the entirety of the game. Seb, it's been 2.5 minutes, and I don't know if Marville have had a solid shot.
Then again, to be fair, this is a low-scoring affair across the board. 4 saves on for Marville, 4 shots for Concord. Marville haven't secured a shot, but they might now. Speed's going to send this downfield. CMOS there with the save. Knight, the Western MVP, needs to show up for his team now. If there was any time, Champions Field would be it. Knight's bumped out of the way. CMOS will be able to open up for Concord.
It's a little difficult to show up, though, if you're just getting bumped out of the play entirely. Unfortunate for Knight, as even if he had dodged the first block, notice Crispy swinging around going for the second. Either way, they were going to open the net there. It took them 3 minutes to get the first goal, but after trial and error and so much pressure, Concord find the lead.
Crispy getting a flick over one. Speed, now Marville. Emergency alarms ringing. Red alerts are sounding as Helix looks for another. It will go off the crossbar. CMOS looks to keep it in play, but Helix looks to extend the pressure. Crispy will do so instead. Marville rushing, doing everything they can to do what they can within the last 2 minutes as everything is falling apart.
I mean, you mentioned it going into this game. Marville looked anxious. They looked nervous entering into the final game of the series. Can't let those anxieties, those anxiousness eat them alive. They need to play just as steadfast as ever. And while they're not doing a bad job at that, they have spent far too much time on their own half against a defense that they don't seem too comfortable in. 80 seconds to go. A chance to break away here, but a double commit that'll probably end their opportunity.
Oh, beautiful. CMOS comes underneath. The 1-2 from Concord may have sealed the deal.
They've only got 70 seconds to go before they find a top 2 that they said was their minimum for this season. All they got to do is hold on, and honestly, all they got to do is keep preventing Marville from offense. Again, that one shot we saw, the only one registered. This would be the second if they can even find it, and they will get blocked out immediately.
Concord, last minute remaining, playing so incredibly clean. A cross-pitch shot for Crispy gives Concord the 3-0, and with it, potentially the semifinal.
Only a minute to go. All they got to do is hold on. Normally, I'm not a fan of the park the bus, but I'm going to be real with you. They might need to at this point. Marville are going to give them everything. A full send attitude required if they even want a chance at an overtime.
I mean, this is a team that just fully embodies a good defense is a good offense. Concord are doing a much better job at keeping themselves at a low scoreline just by playing the offense than allowing Marville to have these offensive chances.
Only about 30 to go, and at this point, I think they can hear it. The death toll chimes away as Maryville are looking down the barrel of a incredibly successful season in which they could not get over the rivals that started it all. Reminder again, these teams faced off at LAN, a LAN where Concord won it. After that, it's been a different story. Maryville, the better of the two teams throughout the rest of the season, but everything coming back full circle. Only 10 to play, but no matter how you play it, the results stay the same. Concord are your first finalists moving on as they defeat Maryville.
The golden road continues for Concord as they overcome their past demons. And with it, our first grand finalist is settled. What a time to show up for Concord. Everyone in the arena going crazy. The team going crazy. They know they're one step closer to the CRL 2024 Fall Championship.
Cannot believe that we almost didn't even predict this team making it through. Almost all of us had Maryville, but the one thing we couldn't account for is that man in the bottom left. Helix, my hat off to you, sir. Oh my goodness, what a performance from the third man for Concord.
If you thought that this was simply a European carry team, Helix has proved you wrong, being able to be the star for Concord throughout the course of this series. Simas doing his work in Game 7, being that clutch factor, but Helix absolutely our MVP for this series.
I mean, it's one of those things where even if the stats maybe show that towards the end of it, it really was the Crispy and CMOS show, that's not the reason why we give it to Helix here. A, he played up to the level of his teammates, and B, he bailed them out of multiple early games in the series where very clearly Concord needed a warm-up. That first game of the series, in my opinion, should have gone to Maryville. Why does it not go to Maryville? Oh, I don't know. Helix gets the 2 goals during regulation and the assist in overtime. Him bailing them out at the start of this series genuinely cannot be overstated, the impact that had on the overall.
I mean, and again, it wasn't just so much Helix, but the supporting cast, Crispy on defense, the amount of times bailed Concord out of really tough scenarios. I think CMOS was really good in the midfield, but also creating space in that offensive half. The amount of just lob plus demo attempts that CMOS went for and really worked to open things up for Helix or Crispy just completely tore apart Maryville's defensive rotation, and that is why Concord was able to clutch it out.
Impressive. That's the only word I can use at this point. And hey, if that's the start of the day, we got bangers ahead. Before we get on to the rest of the day, we got to bring back in the desk and talk about what just happened. As I mean, it went to 7. Only one of us got it right, though. Who's taking it after that?
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about my prediction on this one. I'm just going to let it speak for itself. But what I am going to say is you guys were correct in saying this was kind of a third man showcase with the way Helix performed. But we also got to give the flowers to Knight. Knight was MVP for me on the side of Maryville with the way that he was able to facilitate every single one of those games. And the defense of Maryville, except in that last game, held true so many times to bring them all the way to that Game 7. Unfortunately, Taco just didn't seem like they had enough in them in that final game.
Yeah, they really started getting overwhelmed by just how fast Concord play. It's probably their biggest strength, in my opinion, is that when they do see an opening, they just go for it, and they try to play for that most high-efficiency play. On that first play, on the replay, we do see Helix getting that double tap, and he's just trying to tap it down in the middle. He's not even trying to place it past defenders. He's just trying to put it in dangerous situations. The Concord follow-ups after a while were way too much for Maryville to deal with, and even though you can still see those moments, like Game 2, really getting away from Concord, for the most part, I think Concord was adjusting well, and honestly, that's like one of the bread and butters of high-level teams, is being able to get slapped around in one game and just say, okay, let's just not do that again, and then able to bring it into the next game with a lot of efficiency. Helix, I think, definitely deserves a lot of flowers. He had at the most, or at least tied for first in saves every single game, and I think that's really important when you're playing against a team like Maryville, which will constantly barrage your net.
Oh yeah, we saw so many shots coming from Maryville, but I want to focus a little bit more on that final game. It wasn't really Helix doing the most work for their team. Samas stepped up so big here, Seb, and seemed to be the reason that they got that victory in Game 7.
Again, I kind of marked Concord's performance, at least in Game 7 as well. It was just like the perfect defense is a good offense. It really was just the moment that Concord is able to keep Maryville at bay, hold down that mid boost, to be able to take in those demos and dish them out as much as possible against Maryville. They looked more comfortable on that end of the pitch than they did on defense whenever Maryville had an opportunity. They were for a few squirrely moments, and they really were able to iron them out throughout the first half. But CMOS being able to take care of it as first man, creating that space, creating those openings is what led Concord to score those 2 goals.
Crispy seemed to kind of be like the support there for the team for a lot of it as well. I mean, in game 4, they were the main reason that they won in that specific iteration, because they got the 2 goals to push them over the line for the victory. But apart from that, seemed to really just leave it up to their teammates. And the synergy we saw from Concord here, Bass, was on another level than we've seen in previous series, it felt like.
This is kind of what Concord need to do, like we said multiple times in the series. This is the level they need to play if they want to win this entire thing. And if they continue to do so, I really do believe they've got the capabilities. I don't like giving too much credit to chat, but I will give credit to chat for this one take that I think is completely apt. They were like, this is CRL's version of LG. It is so accurate. This team goes the distance almost every time. It is not always going to look as if they are going to win the series while they are playing it, but when the pieces come together, they are undeniably good. This team as a trio, when the backup is Crispy or CMOS or Helix, because all 3 of them are willing to play that more reserved, more backup role, it's just so impressive. So, man, shout out to Concord. I really don't have much else to say besides a very well-played series.
I mean, Concord's actually winning their games. the ones
they
need to.
Okay, well.
That's what we were talking about before, though, here, Taco, as we're waiting for our interview to get ready, is that these teams, well, actually, we are ready, but I'll get through my point first. These teams are in their peak condition and have given it their all to prepare for this matchup. And, well, now we have Helix here for our interview, the star of the show that we are all hyping up throughout the broadcast. Helix, welcome on to the CRO show. And what a show you guys put on. I mean, tell me a little bit about the game plan going to the series to make sure you came out as the victors.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. I mean, it's EU versus EU, so we weren't too worried going into the series. We knew what we were going against, and I mean, I actually played a good series for the first time, so happy about that. My first touch was there, so there, you know, my teammates just supported me.
I gotta say, man, we have been, I think, I'm not going to say astonished, but very pleasantly surprised at not only how well you've performed throughout the season, but how well you have worked with this team. Can you just speak for a moment what it's like to have, you know, players that are just more veteran, I think is the best way to put it. You know, CMOS, Crispy both have RLCS experience. They've been at a high level for a long time. What does that value of having that experience, that wealth of knowledge to learn from, bring to a player like you going into a season like this?
It helps a lot. They've helped me out so much throughout the process. Anything I'm doing wrong, they always help me. Most of my focus is just not making mistakes, you know, because if I don't make mistakes, you know, they'll do the rest. They're very talented, so. But when my first touch is on, it's hard to beat us.
Well, man, you're currently in an arena. Your players are right next to you as well. I don't know if you have an audience with you, but if you did, I'm sure they're absolutely cheering you on. What's it like? Because I know the vibes were good yesterday after you guys went ahead and won your match. I was talking with Speed last night. He was very pumped, but he said, we still have a long road to go. Overall, how much of the vibe of the team really contributes to you guys playing so well? You guys are in person. How is that contributing to you taking on a team that you historically struggled against?
Yeah, it helps a lot, actually. We're with each other 24/7. It's like a brotherhood over here. And you could say we struggled against Maryville, but nah, I don't think we struggled that much against Maryville. Every time we played them, it actually felt really good. They just squeaked it out each time, so it wasn't a worry. We were all confident going in.
Are you guys able to show the audience?
Probably not.
Next time. Save it for the final matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of that final matchup, I mean, you guys have been playing really consistent. We would argue you're probably the most consistent team within CRL this season in terms of consistently getting in that top 4, obviously winning in Open 2, and you haven't been able to reach that peak. And at times, I feel like our critique of y'all as analysts is that you kind of struggle against that top-end team. Do you feel like there was something different this time? Was it really just the stakes motivating y'all to be able to beat Maryville consistently and decisively in that Game 7, get into this Grand Finals? Or do you feel like it was just kind of on the day anyone can trade with any other team?
Well, at the high level, it's always on the day, but for us, like we handle pressure really well. Like the more pressure they feel, the more we thrive off that pressure. So we knew Game 6 and Game 7, we knew like it was wraps from there, because I could see them panicking. We could all. So we know if we just kept the structure, didn't make mistakes, then we'd win it.
That's awesome to hear. Well, any final thoughts, shoutouts, or anything else before we send you away to rest before that Grand Finals appearance?
Shouts out to my teammates, shouts out to John, shouts out to my director, Austin. Shouts out to everyone that watched, and shouts out to my dad watching as well. And yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Shout out to DJ TJ too for that watch party as well.
Oh, yeah.
But gotta give the shout out for him. Still though, Helix, thank you for joining us here on the desk, and good luck in that Grand Finals matchup.
Appreciate it.
Awesome. We got to hear from the team there at Concord, see the entire crew cheering them on as well. We didn't see the audience, but I'm sure they're there, if not in person, at home for sure. And regardless though, I mean, what a great way to come together, play in the facility, and showcase, hey, we might be the underdogs in this situation, but we're still going to give it our all, and they came out on top at the end best.
They did, and I think that's the thing, is that honestly, while we might have thought of them as the underdogs, you can clearly tell they did not think of themselves as the underdog. And that type of mentality, that understanding that you can beat these teams, is what has brought them here today. Concord probably knew coming into this one there would be criticisms of Helix as a third, and it's very clear Helix did not care. He does not care about what anybody has to say or think about how good he is, because he is good enough to win series like that. A top 2 for Concord feels very deserved, as like you said, they were the most consistent team all season. The fact that the worst they did, I think, was 4th is pretty dang impressive.
Yeah, great run throughout the season, but it's not over yet. We still have another semifinal to go through, figure out who's going to join them in the Grands. Will it be Northwood? Will it be WVU? We'll find out after this break.
I said, I don't need you no more.
Looking back when we were younger, heartbeats were rushing, but always pumping. I drive away, leave it behind us, without a trace. Live for the day, dance in the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right. So far away.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the CRL Fall Championship. We just saw Concord take down Maryville in a stunning Game 7 series to make it all the way to the grand final. We still have to crown our next grand finalist between Northwood and West Virginia to move forward from here on out. Taking a look back at the bracket, though, this is how things have gone down if you're just tuning in here and now. If you missed a lot, definitely recommend going back and watching the VOD, but regardless, what matters here and now, Northwood and West Virginia facing off against each other here in a bit. And this is a matchup a lot of us didn't expect to happen. We thought Akron, with their open win, Taco, we're going to have the best chance to face off against Northwood.
Yeah, and being able to face off against Northwood is, I think, for a lot of teams, the expectation. If you're not on the same side of the bracket, at least deep down, I think that's exactly why you fight for those higher seeds. Because if Northwood does finish up higher, then you can avoid that as much as possible. But it does feel like destiny that we do have West Virginia run into Northwood. It feels like that is very much the skill check moment for West Virginia, where say, okay, you're playing really well yesterday, but again, you're inevitably going to have to run into more or less the big bad kind of lurking somewhere in the bracket.
Well, look, speaking of the big bad, that is Northwood in our next matchup for the semifinals, looking to go back-to-back grand finals appearances, back-to-back CRL champions. They've won multiple titles for Collegiate Rocket League, but West Virginia, they are looking for their first CRL title specifically. They've won Summer Series, they've won a national championship in the past, but they are here to prove themselves against Northwood, and this is a tough team to face off against, Bass.
This is probably the most difficult team to face off against. Again, Northwood, we talked about consistency with Concord, with their ability to not fall beyond 4th place at all through the season. Can't say the same thing for Northwood technically, but at the same time, Northwood also have the most grand finals appearances of any team throughout the semester. 3 grand finals total. If they make it through here, it will be their 4th, and they've got a win on top of that, something West Virginia have yet to get this semester. So West Virginia, the cards are definitely stacked against them, but they felt that way yesterday as well, and they still overcame it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best placement we have seen from West Virginia so far when it comes to a sort of final championship for these teams. And Angel, Matter, and Tool, we questioned their synergy throughout the season. They were always kind of the 5th place team, and that's where we found them and put them into the rankings at the end of the day, because that's where they fell every single time. They had some good wins, and they have gotten a win against Northwood before, but even then, talking about this team, what do we really need to see from them, Taco, for them to bounce back?
It's difficult because bouncing back is really the key word, I would say, is being able to take a really rough loss, be able to say, okay, that's rough, you kind of shake it off, and then move on. I think it really just comes down to the mental aspects of all the players. If you do have those rough moments, I think that's why I really like teams that try to focus on hanging out outside of the facility, making sure you're just actually friends, being friendly to each other, have that camaraderie, because I think it keeps each other accountable to one another, but also allows you to be more open, to be more expressive, and that's actually a strength I really do like about West Virginia. Angel and Tool have been together forever, and they do have a nice trust together. They do have a lot of camaraderie, and Matter, obviously, a player that they've known quite intimately. Great recruit for them, and it's definitely a team that makes sense that they've been able to navigate themselves yet again into another semifinal.
Well, talking about Northwood, the world beaters that anyone would be if they take them down, this is the team to beat in Collegiate Rocket League. It's happened most of the time for these fall opens, except the most recent one where we saw them in peak form, and that man himself, Creams, might be the catalyst here, Seb, for their victory today.
Creams, and I'm going to mention it, the only Canadian in this bracket representing the Great White Northwell. He has been a huge factor. Obviously, Creams coming in for Lion Blaze since the change, and this is actually his first CRL semester, and obviously it's not been as easy as I think they thought it would be post-Summer Series. Clearly, there's been a huge challenge for them to actually just be as dominant as they once were, but after yesterday, they feel like the Northwood of old, and I very much feel like they have their aura back.
They do have their aura back, but it comes down to who is going to come out on top at the end of this series. Another best of 7 on the line. They have timeouts available, but I don't know if Northwood's going to necessarily use them. The only time we've really seen them feel wounded, recently at least, was that grand final where they took the 10 minutes with Noxus to coach them VOD review the entire time to make sure, hey, we can beat Maryville, but Maryville's not on the table anymore. Do you think here, Bass, that they're kind of have a little bit of a stress relief going into the series now?
Well, see, normally I would say, yeah, Noxus is at the advantage. Obviously, you know, he's going to be the superior coach. I need to remind people, we talked to the coach of West Virginia yesterday. He is pretty accoladed as well. This is a man who has been through RLCS, playing with RLCS teams. He has played and coached around the block. Evil is no slouch, and as much as I do believe that I think Noxus probably still has a little bit of an advantage just due to the fact that he's, coached at the RLCS World Championship, I'm not going to try to poo-poo any of the coaching on the side of WVU. I do think Evil is more than capable. I think he has gotten these guys prepped. I mean, we heard it yesterday. Good regimen for food, good sleep schedule the day before, good lock-in on focus. These guys are ready to play, and I don't know if I'm necessarily going to say that just because Noxus is on Northwood, they get the advantage.
Well, with the advantage, potentially, do they get the win here, Bass? What's your prediction?
Well, okay. Well, they don't get the coaching advantage. They still do get the win. Yeah, no, Northwood's taking this one, man. As much as I want to try and say that West Virginia are going to take this, the unfortunate truth, as it continues to stay, is that Northwood are the kings. They wear the crown. They claim the throne. And until somebody knocks it off of their heads, I am not saying otherwise. And while a couple of teams have done so throughout this season, one team that has not is West Virginia. Again, they have yet to win a championship here in CRL. And unfortunately, I don't think that starts today.
Okay, well, we saw that West Virginia has beaten them in the past, but that was when Northwood were kind of at their weakest. They lost in the upper bracket to UTK, shout out to them, and then had a rough go of it. It almost lost to ISU in that lower bracket run. This time, they don't have to worry about that. This is the first series they're playing of the day in a best-of-7 taco. Who is going to take this?
Well, I mentioned the stat yesterday on broadcast. Northwood has never lost their opening series of a day. They are actually the only perfect team this entire semester. And in this one, I think they continue it at least on Championship Sunday. West Virginia is one of the few teams I think they can actually stand toe-to-toe with Northwood. But what we saw yesterday out of West Virginia was one of the best I've ever seen. It was a peak from Matter. I think it's really nice to see the third men, the players who are not usually the stars in the field, step up. But I need all of them to play that well against Northwood, especially now that they've found their mojo again. And I just don't know if it's enough this time. I think Northwood knows that they kind of screwed around a little bit this semester, but now it's time to lock in, and I just don't see them slipping.
Time to lock in and buckle up for this series. A best-of-7 on the horizon for them. And Seb, you casted before where they lost the best-of-7 to West Virginia. Do you think that might come into equation here, or does Northwood just have it locked in?
So I think the key point is, and Taco touched on it, is that this is a case where WVU needs to peak. We saw them peak yesterday, but they need to replicate that. And I don't know if they're able to replicate, Matter being able to peak so well, but also just the buff they get from single elim, the buff they get from not being in that double elimination bracket. And even though they have beaten Northwood before, beating them in a best-of-7, incredibly hard. And they need everything to just come in at the right time. I don't think it's happening. I think Northwood is taking this. I don't know if I think it's going to be a 4-2 essentially, and Northwood, they're the kings for a reason, and they will continue to be so in this series.
Well, I think my cat's trying to vote for Northwood as well, so I'm going to go for Northwood on this one too. Every time she hears Northwood in the headset, she's like, okay, that's who I'm going to be voting for. I want to make sure that presence is known. So I'm also going for Northwood on this. West Virginia have not made it into a grand final this season. I don't think they're going to be able to this time as well. It is a tough road ahead for them, and journey is as arduous as can be for that roster to make it to the top. They've done it before in other tournaments, but can they do it in Collegiate Rock League against the best of the best? Northwood, who has won 6 CRL titles in their 4-year history, are looking for yet another. While West Virginia are on a historic run of their own with their best placement yet. The top 2 in CRO East last fall now meet for their chance to claim the final spot in our last semifinal. It all comes down to this, our last matchup before the grand finals. Gentlemen, take it away.
Few teams can claim they've defeated the Northwood Wolfpack. West Virginia is among those select teams. Northwood are back on track from a rocky start to the semester. Can the Mountaineers summit this bracket? Seb, let's find out.
The country roads are indeed here for West Virginia, but is the path too arduous? Northwood, West Virginia, best of 7. Let's kick things off with already an opening for WVU. Matter needs to peak, but he won't be able to get around hockey so early.
Yeah, Matter's definitely the player that I'm looking forward to. Tool and Angel tend to be fairly consistent in how they want to play, and therefore they're just going to facilitate to Matter. I like the little fake, but you're not going to full hockey with that. He's going to immediately challenge on this one, and that's also mainly the thing I'm looking for from Northwood. They are going to be in your face on every read. They're going to pre-jump everything. They're going to be off the ceiling for about half of the thing, so you have to not only be tricky, but you have to be basically mechanically perfect with some fakes thrown in as well. Really bringing your whole bag.
Tool backing off there, even though Matter, again, we've seen him open things up on the offensive end before. That's the thing, is you can be tricky, but you also need to be fast. We saw West Virginia, they're trying to place things slow on the defensive end, force Northwood to make a mistake. A double bump will come through. Zanil gets one more. Creams open things up for Northwood.
The double bump is so devastating. Angel's trying to get back, but he lands perfectly, or rather imperfectly, for West Virginia into his teammate. Northwood couldn't have calculated it better, and Creams doesn't have to do much. Just put it on target, let the Havoc take care of the rest.
I should, I guess, remind people, since this is probably the biggest stage that Matter has been on for a bit. Matter is Daunt. He just changed his tag. Of course, his first name is actually Matt. So did have a name change. To those of you who are familiar with the former Daunt player, is on the server as Matter and is banging just as much as ever.
And being able to actually step up into these lobbies is always nice. Honestly, kind of a new name buff, it feels like, ever since he's been able to change it, which is nice, but not to say that they were failing beforehand. This is pretty much a rank X average roster, but you're playing up against Northwood, which has a lot of rank S in this lobby right here. Back post lob, going to be dealt with by Angels. And Neil predicted it, but he did not see that Hockey was already backing away.
And as you can see on your board as well, Tool and Angel both rocking the 0-1. Hockey looking so great, giving a pass over to Zanil, makes it 2-0. What a dish.
And really nice by Hockey just to bait that in. Watch the 0 boost play after that. That touch to beat the first and the 50 beat the second is entirely just based on persistence and being able to say, hey, all I need to do is just create a weird angle. Poor West Virginia not really handling some of this pressure, but I don't blame them. They're not getting outsped. It's just these angles that they're not predicting. They're just the mechanical ability combined with the strategic knowledge of how to best upset a defense, something Northwood is so good at. But they're not completely perfect. That 50 going to be dealt with so well by Matter.
Yeah, West Virginia recognizing the 50s are hurting them most, so they deliver back cold. Matter puts this one high. Zanil, no boost to work with. And with it, Matter opening things up for WVU. 3 minutes remaining. This isn't out of reach for West Virginia.
I really do like that touch as well from Matter, because not only is it a shot, but it's actually a pretty difficult one to be able to put power on and beat that last defender spawning in, and he does so well. That one off kickoff would have been quite the way to be able to turn the tides on the series, as Northwood has its comfortable lead as we are accustomed to, but it can't be too complacent, as West Virginia has shown. As we had mentioned, this is a team that has been able to take on Northwood in the past. The thing is that Northwood typically does find games, I think, like this, especially in the beginning, where it's just classic them being oppressive on offense, and I think West Virginia right now is just trying to get their footing, and from there you can just build from that.
It's so interesting seeing the contrast from our previous series to this one, as Hockey's going to put this one on with a dime. Hockey gives Northwood the 3-1.
Yeah, and when situations like this, when you challenge, it's rough one from Tool. And Zanil knows that. He's not even trying to really win that. It's mostly just trying to channel it off corner, because he knows Hockey's lurking. And any pass you put in the middle, it's a comfort as a teammate knowing if I put it anywhere within your path, you can put it on target.
Yeah. Yeah, and so much of this, and again, I do want to point out, is that the contrast from the previous series to this one is interesting, because unlike, I'd say, in our previous series, we're seeing West Virginia go for a lot more soft hits in the defensive end. They're not immediately just going for clangs. They're trying to play more controlled, trying to play to their peak, as Angel slips this one through.
Let's now also not discount Tool, one of the highest demo count players within all of Collegiate Rocket League. But look at this one. He slows down just enough, saying, hey, Creams, I know you're not going to go, but I'm going to wait for you to have to react, because otherwise you are not going to get to this, and he does not. Angel does so well at basically 10-degree angle, getting the dish down, keeping West Virginia in this one as well, with Matter trying to go high. Hockey saw the danger right as the contact came in.
Hockey. Crazy just how much he's been around on the Northwood end of things. He's seen it all from some of its original success to now, and wants to further that success for this school. Seeing almost every iteration of the team, and is on the cusp, though Angel puts this one off the post. Nearly makes it close.
And the most difficult goal is one of those shots where you have exactly no one challenging you. You're just looking at the ball and the goal. Where do I want to place it? Of course, Angel not able to fit that one in between. So you can just say, all right, well, maybe next time, but I'm not sure if they're going to get it next time if they're not careful. You know how good Northwood is on defense, but it seems like it's not really a problem for West Virginia. They're getting dangerous looks. It's forcing Creams into a bit heavier touches than they're accustomed to. So West Virginia will be able to settle down somewhat, but the communication's not always locked in. Matter and Angel looked a little confused the back half of that play.
Matter. Keep it forward. Tool. Double commit from WVU. Couldn't just be in Northwood's hands. A little dangerous as well. Tool gonna still keep it square. Angel going all the way deep. See how he went to the opposite corner of the pitch, stealing the boost. Will it create an opening? No, as Zanil will be able to track it down.
Angel tries to get that pinch, but it will be up and over. Zanil with a 50 straight down. Good reaction by Tool, but job's not done. Has to be able to get it on the sidewall. Matter to the air. Tool trying to get the bump on Creams, but he was already in the air by the time he actually tried to get around the shadow that was left on the ground after that leap. 30 seconds remaining now. In West Virginia, they really start have to hunt and may get a little bit more creative. Hockey bails out of his aerial, gets in the way of that shot.
It bounced in a way that I don't think Northwood was expecting. Unfortunately for WVU, they weren't able to capitalize. It will continue. Matter keeps it dangerous. Tool trying to get the 50/1, able to put it off the back wall. Angel needs to keep it in if they want a chance at this game. Matter collecting. Tool collecting the mid boost as well. Gets flip reset over one, but jukes out his own teammate. Angel can't get there. This could be done and dusted. Hockey with no boost, just gonna keep it till it touches the ground. West Virginia close, but no cigar.
Oh, we say that, but it's 0 second, and Angel does have a touch into Tool. It's over the bar. Matter doesn't have a lot of boost, but Angel is to the right. I think he was going for that pass, and that's exactly why Creams shut that lane down. Northwood will be able to hang on in game number 1, as expected, at least from the start. But, of course, Mountaineers always making it interesting.
A little close for comfort, I think, for Northwood. You know, we tend to see, especially in a lot of these game 1s, they really do dominate in a lot of ways, and then they download even more to the point where, sure, they might keep it close, but you're not going to get any opportunities on the board. However, 6 shots across both of these teams. It's a lot closer than I think people were anticipating.
Yeah, and the one thing I do want to point out is that Northwood does obviously have the 3 goals to get the win, but they're all assisted. A lot of their play is based on breaking down teams, and it's often when you look at the replay package, off weird 50s, just being able to put themselves in good angles. They're really calculated in how they approach. It's why it's so tough to play Northwood, because all 3 of these players have played the pro level, and you don't get there just on mechanics alone. You get there because you know how to break down the game in chunks and be able to make your opponents pay. So credit to West Virginia for keeping it close, but I think in the beginning of the game, they got to keep it a little bit closer just because they don't want that momentum to get out of hand.
Yeah, and again, WVU though, I think the key for them is that they are keeping it close, right? They're keeping it within reach so that, I mean, Concord did the same thing. Yes, they did eventually win game 1, but Marville were able to immediately bounce back. As long as you can sustain that back and forth affair, this puts it within reach for WVU to overcome this monolith that is Northwood right now, who is firing on all cylinders.
And being able to have Northwood back to vintage Northwood, where they are really the threat to go all the way. It's not just that they might fail in the bracket reset, or they might have to actually get out beforehand. We actually saw Northwood's pretty much worst competitive result of all time, I think, in their program's history within CRL. And because of that, they're a little bit flimsy, kind of like the defense at the beginning of Forbidden Temple in game 2. West Virginia with a lead, and who else but Matter?
They needed to open things up, and although it looked a little weird by this angle, I know I have certainly saved one of those. Matter still able to get it done, opening things up for WVU, and that will do so much, not just for the momentum of this team, but for the mental, to keep themselves mentally able against Northwood.
And again, this is something I pointed out. Tool is a player that loves to be able to get those light touches, keep the ball interesting, but he will always swing around the back end. And even when you know that, it's still frustrating when he then explodes your car and sends you back to the corner to respawn. So something that I think Northwood will be acutely aware of. And if not, then they're really going to be tasting asphalt quite a lot throughout this series, because they will not be having fun whatsoever. Same with Matter. If he keeps cooking like this, Creams a 0 boost, barely gets that reset away.
I imagine Matter is still so dangerous, but Tool looks to put one on. Zanil has to reach for it. Zanil, fantastic defensive player in his own right. And although Matter keeps it away, Hockey's going to put one on. That will slip on through.
Hockey really just playing marksman right now, but honestly, he's been involved constantly. Honestly, a player we don't really mention as often, being in terms of how historied he is, in terms of how long he's been around Northwood, been at the top, and he is really, I think, the linchpin of how good this team is. So it's nice to see that he's also just scoring everything in front of him. 2 assists and a goal in game 1. Now he's got the first one, and again, if you give him any sort of a look, it seems like he'll put that one away. Same with his longtime teammate, Creams, passing it down into Zanil. Well defended.
Well, again, there's so much chemistry between both Hockey and Creams, of course, being a part of the TSM squad last season of RLCS, excuse me. RLCS, they are professionals, not just collegiate players. These are as pro as you can get, and Creams is showing exactly why.
Angel, really nice beat past 1 and 2, but the third will avoid the demo. Zanil double off the corner means Angel can tap it on target, but Creams not going to be fooled by that one. I think Angel's trying to slow that one down, give him a little of a change up, but it seems like everything is dealt with well. Now to the sidewall goes Angel, still trying to chase, still trying to cause havoc. Can't get it over Hockey, though. But my goodness, West Virginia, they are trying on these solo plays, and they're getting dang close.
Yeah, look at the boost management, though, on the Northwood side. WVU doing a good job at just mitigating and forcing Northwood to use a lot of boost on the defensive end, putting these lobs up, forcing them to have to go high for them rather than just off wall. Tool, great pass. This is a bit awkward. Will there be a shot? But no, WVU backs off. They let Northwood take the possession so they can continue their offensive approach.
Tool to the ceiling, getting another touch, or at least I thought so. I think Zanil honestly doubted it more than I did, and plays right through, which allows Creams now to go into the midfield, but Hockey will back away. Northwood, I think, making sure they are not going to throw themselves into every single challenge because they know it could backfire, especially with all these bumps. Speaking of, the mutual bump into the team pinch on target. Tool from an angle. Creams deals with it well. West Virginia still just can't find that breakthrough for number 2.
They're not done yet, though. Hockey, sure, taking it, pinching it underneath, perfectly what Northwood needed. It's still tied as we approach the 2-minute mark of this game, already past half. In Northwood, they look good, but WVU are getting very good glances. The shot total starts to tally in WVU's favor.
Matter trying to take that one down. Zanil read it well, but unfortunately just tastes the paint of Matter's car, and now he will chase and back up Tool through the corner as he gets past 1, tries to skip it past a second. Cream's not going to fall for it. Hockey looking for bumps. Both teams really liking the physical play, and it does create tiny openings. Fortunately, the only player that could have hit that was Zanil, and he was all the way back at midfield. I think, again, both these teams almost feels like we're in a long overtime at this point, where next goal really does feel like it'll be the one to decide things.
The thing is, WVU, they're starting to handle this pressure a lot more. Hockey and Northwood just can't find the angles that have worked in the past, so it will rely on Zanil to make some solo plays to open things up on the defensive rotation. Creams can't get the second touch. Matter, the star, will get the solo touch, but will be bumped out of the way. Northwood don't want to deal with that smoke.
A little bit of a back pass is going to be necessary, especially with Matter having to pre-jump on the second one. Zanil from an angle, not on target, but Creams still keeping it interesting. Double, make that a triple tap. Now pass middle. Zanil was waiting for it. Well defended again, but the Mountaineers now have a numbers advantage to try to get the 50 middle. Matter could not be able to receive this one. And again, we'll go back out to the midfield with Hockey. Top shelf off the bar. Tool, last second adjustment for the save.
Fantastic placement as well, but Tool is there. Good positioning. Hockey will be able to steal some boost. I can see this doing some damage. Hockey going in, trying to take Matter out of the way, but Creams just can't put it on target. With the last 30 seconds, next goal could seal it for sure.
No more boost, though, from West Virginia. Matter has the most, and he's at 10 or 20 right now. Fake by Angel on Creams, and that'll give them a brief reprieve as Angel will flick that one high. Probably the last attack or two if West Virginia can get a shot off. Tool from the sideline, denied. Matter trying to gather this one. Heavy touch, and he will not have someone on the far side as Tool is taken out yet again.
And Northwood need to be careful, though, not to overextend. However, they're pulling out all the bags. They're pulling out the fakes. They're pulling out the demos, doing everything they can to force WVU and that defensive rotation open, but it doesn't matter. We're going to overtime.
Great focus by Northwood at the end there. Angel didn't have the boost. Dawn actually called him off, or Matter rather, tried to call him off, and it didn't quite work out, but that's fine because it's just extending, it seems like. I feel like we're just not even restarting the game here with an overtime kickoff, but we might be ending it here if Angel has his way. Off the post, Matter off the other. Tool, third time is not the charm. Angel takes it again, gets through the defense. WVU, that is persistence.
The statement is made from WVU. In hockey, he tries his best. He is a defenseman, but somehow not able to keep it out. In fact, it's almost an own goal off his own car. And now we will see WVU. You have entered this series. Can you go all the way?
that is one of those series where if you don't score that and end up losing, that's a series where you just take off your headset and just lay on the floor, stare at the ceiling for a little bit and say, I don't know how we are not able to get away with that. But we don't live in that reality set. We live in the reality where West Virginia got a barrage of shots. Look at those stats, 4 shots to be able to lead the way from Angel, but Tool and Matter keeping the pressure up. This is exactly what we said you need to be able to beat the very top of CRL. Every player needs to step up, and game 2 played like that is exactly how you respond after a tough game 1 loss.
I mean, you said in the preamble before this series that WVU's win condition is that it cannot be the Matter show. It needs to be every member of West Virginia, Angel, Tool, Matter, using all of their experience both in and out of the RLCS to defeat a team like Northwood, because that is exactly what you are facing. A team that has so much experience at every level of the game, both in 1s, 2s, 3s, doesn't matter. Northwood has it all, and you need those tools to take it to them.
And getting it done with that type of game, it's so exhausting. I think Rocket League, even though it's just a 5-minute period, you are hyper-focused, and you can see how often those plays came down to one player not getting the touch they're looking for, or going a little late, or actually taking 50 in the wrong way. It is constantly thinking about, even down to the decimals of a percentage of all these different tiny touches you need. So with that in mind, West Virginia, yeah, you get a win. A lot of teams have been able to take a game off Northwood. It's another one to be able to take 3 more, take the series victory, but at the very least, we've turned it into the de facto best of 5 here to determine who moves on to the grand finals. It's exactly the way that we all wanted it.
It's almost hard to think of it in like those terms. Creams almost gets a redirect. And as we enter game 3, Northwood looking to bounce back, not just for the scoreline, but for their mental. This is a team that is struggling to deal what WVU are throwing. That's just a blitz of offense almost constantly.
And I really do like Angel thinking about it in terms of the next steps. Daniil got past 2 of his teammates, and yeah, as third, he could challenge, but instead he will just ignore the ball, get the boost instead, which then facilitates into attacks like Tool. Getting 50 down, Matter will dive at it, and it does take 2 players to stop him, but who's marking the third? Nobody, because Creeps has that clear. I was waiting for Tool, trying to dish that in the middle for Angel, and I think he was waiting for the very same.
You can see the creativity starting to come up from Northwood as well. Zaniel coming off the back wall, looking for the redirect downwards into a pass, but it doesn't work out. WVU, the head on them right now to get these reads is working out in their favor. They've played against this team. The history between these 2 teams, they know exactly what they're going for.
A little bit of awkward moment there. Matter is trying to call off Angel as he had a better angle. He was already on the touch. And now Tool has to be on this one. So Neil's going to steal that boost away, but Angel will try to bump him off that play as we go back into the midfield for Creams, who will not get the best touch, but will be able to handle this one as Angel has Matter in support with full boost, but he himself has quite a lot to take on Hockey, trying to bump out Zaniel. Awkward moment for Tool, potentially trying to thread the needle. Zaniel playing his angle well, just close enough to get that one away.
Tool taking a big risk though, as the transition will come through. Tool challenged this on no boost, and with it left Angel as the only man back, forcing the 2v1. Matter just a touch too late to the Matter, and with it Northwood opens things up for this game 3.
This is something that we often see whenever these players play against each other. Everyone has to be able to take care of their individual responsibilities. Yes, a tenet of high-level Rocket League, especially on defense, is making sure that you stagger everything. You have kind of zone defense to cover options. But other times, if Angel goes for that read on the sidewall, everybody assumes he's going to have that one. And I think that's what we saw in that last goal. So I'm not going to say you don't have to trust your teammates, but maybe give them a backup just in case, especially when you don't have any after that first demo here on the Northwood defense. West Virginia trying to set up camp in their half.
At this point, though, it's on WVU not to rush things, you know? I think I've seen Concord fall victim to it at times where they're rushing their offensive opportunities. It's what led Marville to really kind of force the issue in Game 7, or at least force the Game 7. However, WVU can keep a cool head. Matter taking control, looking for the flick over 1. The bump comes through. Creams still keeps it out.
And that's a really nice save, and unfortunately the timing not on the side of WVU. Angel had the right idea. You just full send it to the only player who has a chance of saving it, and Creep's still able to do it. So nice presence of mind, but you need even more because Matter's still downfield for a pass. I don't know how Hockey reads that one, but Northwood again gets away with a last-second save.
Tool rushing in, just looking to force the issue. Force Northwood to keep it, or at least flick it away out of their possession. Zaniel gets a second touch. Tool keeps it out. Matter needs to dive in to keep it out of possession of Northwood. An incredibly close affair, having WVU panic just a touch.
Zanil getting not only the extension to the far side, but gets the boost steal as well. West Virginia trying to escape out of their half, but right now, I think Northwood understands, hey, they can only do so much if they don't have anything in the tank. Tool, one of the few players on West Virginia who has anything, and he uses it, get that first save, but it's still not out. That boost on the far side, not for Angel. He'll at least win that 50, but it's not going to do much with Creams, is bringing it right on back.
I mean, Taco, look at this goal line pressure from Northwood, though. They're following every single touch up. They're making sure they're getting every 50s in the face of WVU. They're not willing to play passive. Zanil cutting in, looking for the shot, gonna fake or just miss, as Matter will take it out of their hands. Creams forcing it back to at least take away the possession.
I like this one from Angel. Fake to go to the ceiling, goes underneath Hockey, as he will not get that next 50, but Matter actually gets a dish across. He has one more extension to Tool, or so he thought. Instead, it's all the way back down, not even posted in from Creams to double up the lead.
Northwood able to make it work in transition off of this in the goal and out. Pass over to Creams. Very head smart from Zanil and good positioning from Creams to make this work. A minute remaining. West Virginia, we've seen you just throw so many shots, but you've been kept to one here. You're gonna have to make a change.
And maybe the change is just being able to get this bump. Hockey is just gonna muscle through that one. I don't know how he just stayed in place and got that 50, but job's not done. Angel not expecting that flick to go perfectly straight through. He was a little bit farther out. I think either playing the deflection or at the very least think Tool and him on different pages of the playbook, as Tool will now have to rebuild with Matter this time. Kind of settle that one down as Northwood just goes back to their half and says, hey, bring it on.
And at that last minute, half of it is now gone. WVU just look a little bit worse for wear. Creams collects, Tool boost over ball, but still able to get the saves. Zanil, look for the second touch. Matter will go off of the crossbar. WVU, they've tried, but they've been kept to one shot throughout the course of this game. Needs to get a pass off. Nothing will come through. This is Northwood taking game 3.
Center of the field from Northwood has been locked down. It's why so much of WVU has been wrapping around the corners and trying to bring it middle. The problem is you have to beat out that near post defender and probably anyone else who's diving on in. That's what caused that second goal, and it's what's causing Northwood to get another win.
So with this is an RLCS affair. This is something that we would see in like a top 8 qualifier against any opponent for both of these teams. Both of them have been in this situation before. They've played against each other outside of CRL plenty of times in RLCS quals. And with it, it's just Northwood taking the lead.
Yeah, and this is why we say that this is a collegiate roster, obviously, from both sides, but this is very much what you would see in day 3 of old-style regionals for RLCS. This is exactly the type of matchup you would see in that, or even straight up in RLCS main event days on Fridays. So I definitely think the skill on display is admirable, but Northwood just cohesively works so well in situations like this because it's one of those moments where West Virginia in the prior game is looking like they figured things out. They are getting shots off. They are being able to pass to each other, getting good 50s. The solo plays are clicking. Everything is getting thrown at Northwood, and they're struggling to improvise a save towards all of it. This one, it felt like Northwood said, let's just focus on shutting down in the middle. We'll go for a lot of bumps in transition to make them a little bit slower, have to rethink things, and I don't think West Virginia was quite ready for that one. I think that's the biggest question. If Northwood wants to be able to pre-jump you and slow you down, can you still beat them praying that you can adjust them to reads? Yeah. Or do you have to go back to that passing play for those 50s and be able to rotate a little bit closer to one another?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy because from the contrast that we've seen from earlier in the series to now, as we get going into game 4 here between Northwood and WVU, it just seems like the amount of pace from WVU has shifted. They are just trying to dive in, just straight up outspeed, and I don't know if that's kind of how you play Northwood. They are going to beat you to the ball, 9 times out of 10, but you have to use your head. You have to play smart off the 50s. You have to also combine that speed with good control, and that's where WVU has just let it slip a little bit.
It's really hard as well when you see the occasional check into the boards from Hockey, being able to cause some chaos, but that's fine because they recover, and Tool dishes in with a bump as well off the bar and the post. Matter trying to take this one. Hockey jumps just in case and ultimately fakes the 50 on the goal line. That's a clutch decision.
And that's why Hockey is the defenseman, not just in hockey, but in Rocket League. He is so head smart in when there is an attacker coming his way. Even realizing that Matter was in a dangerous position. Zanil puts this one low. Matter gets the read, dives in for it. Northwood continuing the onslaught from game 3 into game 4.
This kind of was I was waiting for. Tool gets the 50, and now Angel takes on over. Problem is he has no boost, so he'll just flick that one high for Matter to deal with. Now, in the sidewall for Tool, thought about it, but said he stole that side boost for Hockey to then throw away because Creams, who had it stolen from him, has nothing, and now he has to get 10 with Angel. The quick turn prevents that 100 boost air dribble potentially for taking off.
That could have been disastrous, especially if Northwood had boost, but West Virginia doing a decent job of just mitigating the boost usage in the midfield against Northwood. They're going to play the slow. Matter playing it slow, waiting for Creams to challenge. Tool's going to play off it, looking to extend, but Zanil gets the clang downfield. Creams in a prime position, looking for the double, puts it in, but Angel gets the save, knocks it out of possession.
In those lower ranks, when you see someone go for a double, there's about a 50% chance they're not going to hit it. When Creams is going for it, it is going in. You can see Angel chasing that the whole time through, taping down that boost button. Same with Creams having to do it to reach this one, but can he get the second one? Off the ceiling, Angel tries to keep it alive in the center of the field. Shut down, 1-2 into the third, but it's over the head of Creams. And now here comes Angel, uncontested in the skies, trying to take that up and over Creams. It's going to be 15 yet again.
Even with these 50s coming through, though, West Virginia not wanting to over-aggress, they know exactly what happens when they commit too many resources. Northwood so quick on these transitions and are able to just rack up the scoreline off of it. WVU, and I am sure Evil, is in there with them, trying to make sure they're mitigating as many offensive mistakes as possible, not sending so much in that it bounces back.
Hockey, reset. Called by Angel. Creams should be able to get to this one in time. Problem is that is not the clear he's looking for. That is off the double tap. As Tool bit in a little early on this one. No boost off the ceiling. Zanil will not be able to go, and that's actually something Zanil's very good at. He will back away and wait for you to have those low boost touches away just so he can throw it right back in, allow Hockey to get that steal again, and this is where Northwood gets dangerous. If they keep stealing your boost and they're not careful, then you could get locked in. Fortunately, Creams gave it right to Tool, and now here comes Angel. Top shelf finish, potentially, if not for Hockey again.
Oh, this could slot in. Creams is going to go off the post. Angel tries to cut to at least mitigate it, but WVU having to be forced back. Matter looking for a 50 in the midfield. Hockey, patient as ever, dodges the demo as well, leaving Tool last man back. Another demo comes through for WVU as the offense starts to mount. Angel trying to make his way through the midfield, but Northwood says no.
Matter like that cut in, just being able to slow things down. Watch Creams kind of debate whether or not he wants to go for it. And now Tool doesn't have too much debate. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He needs to shove it right into the middle of the Northwood defense and see what they do with it. First one, they just tap it to the side, but Matter able to 50 past one, flick past Hockey, not past Zanil. It really is having to beat all three layers of the Northwood defense every time.
It really does, and in this one, this will be able to go through off of Zanil right from a save straight to a goal.
That's why Rocket League is so devastating sometimes. Not only can you get the clear, but on almost zero boost from the passer and the scorer, they're able to lightning quick find a player lurking downfield and get that deflection. It's nothing fancy from Zanil because he knows that they have the speed advantage. The angle is just not there from West Virginia, and right now, if kickoff could get even worse if Hockey had his way. Angel plays his space well, though. The fake challenge will shut that down, at least for now.
WVU can just keep this close. They will be able to keep their chances alive. Northwood doing a fantastic job at just keeping WVU locked down, holding that midfield pressure so tightly. A shot's going to come through, and it will go over the head. Creams giving Northwood the 2-0.
Oh, that's really gross from Creams, being able to go all the way up and then just power it through. So often you see a player in these lobbies go for the reset. They're going to slow it down, and that's exactly why when you're in those situations where you have that great first touch, sometimes if you just hit it extra hard, it throws the defense off. Like, wait a minute, that's not what we normally do in here. That's exactly the moment where you start to panic, and it's really well done on Creams to have that cerebral awareness of being able to fit in that second goal.
I'm very curious. 30 seconds left. I don't imagine WVU are making it in time. I am curious if we're going to see a timeout out of them. I think Evil, is going to push for it, as it seems like WVU just needs some sort of reset right now. This is Northwood able to break a deadlock and keeping WVU at bay for so long now in terms of shot total and scoreline that I can only imagine what they're talking about, though. Tool finally chases this one down, but it gets just out of their hands. This is Northwood on match point.
And just sending that all the way back down just to be able to title things down. And yes, as we mentioned, all teams in these matches today do have a singular timeout. I think this is the way to take it because you might not have another chance, as Angel does indeed call the timeout for West Virginia, giving them an extra 2 minutes after the lobby. Just be able to talk things through because I don't really think it's massive adjustments you need. I've seen a lot of series that have gone way worse for teams against Northwood where it's just 4-0, 5-0. They're getting double-digit shots. They're getting really up there. There's basically no saves the other team can make. And this one, both teams seemingly very similar in statistics. It's just Northwood taking their opportunities so clean. And talk about the defense. How many times has West Virginia seemingly beat every single aspect? It's just one more player to beat, and that player pulls off not only just a good save, but a full clear as well.
Yeah, it's just, again, even when you look at the comms from West Virginia, they're clearly setting things up to, like, well, too. And it's not like the execution is off by any means. It very much just feels like Northwood locking down, and frankly, I think they're making themselves just out of reach for the demos that WVU want to get, for the bumps that they want to get to clear up some space. Again, you look at and compare it to previous series, CMOS coming in, clearing up all that space against Maryville, but in this case, Northwood are just perfectly positioned, keep themselves out of reach. The amount of times I've saw Zanil just be the last man for that net and still able to make as many saves as possible and then transition immediately back. Northwood just on all cylinders right.
And for anyone who is a bit more new to the scene, Northwood has for a while been the team to beat. Creams is a new addition, but it really has. Well, yeah, I mean, for a while, pretty much ever since they came in, they have been recruiting top-level talent, and it really comes from a space of multiple teams have tried to do that. Hey, let's just get a bunch of really good players and see what happens. But it's the culture of Northwood. They are an esports juggernaut because they really do try to grind out not only players that are real solid, obviously, mechanically, but they work well together. It's why West Virginia struggles against squads like this because, yes, they're all Rank X players. Yes, they're all RLCS players that have made main events, but you're playing against teams who've not only done that, but they're doing it cohesively. They're pre-jumping each other. They're covering all their options. It's really one of those moments where if you come with 95% of your potential, it's not going to be enough. You really do need to play the best series of your life, and that sometimes is just really exhausting. So that's why we do have these timeouts, to give yourselves a breather, lower the heart rate, refocus, and figure out up here, coming up on a Wasteland pitched, where they can make a difference.
I mean, so much of it is, we do have Angel and Tool. They're playing in person together, right? So they're able to communicate, they're able to fist bump, they're able to do everything they need to. And again, it's not as if there is an individual player that we can point at and be like, they are clearly struggling. It is very much Northwood just being not head and shoulders, but an inch above them in terms of just overall efficiency across the board for all the players. Everyone is contributing in their own fashion. Daniil, great defensive player. Hockey being fantastic on both ends of the pitch as WVU are on their last life. Can they bring it to Northwood? It is on them in this game 6.
I think they should probably watch those kickoffs. There's a couple times now where we do see West Virginia start to panic off those kickoffs, and if you give one away for free, then that's just one more they have to grab that isn't necessarily earned in the conventional sense from Northwood. And right now they are under barrage. They have not even escaped their half yet. West Virginia is they're just trying to make sure they find that possession. That's what Matter's attempt was, but Tool will be able to actually fulfill that dream. And not only that, but take on Creams potentially with a bump a little bit too low for that target.
Half a minute in, and Northwood already putting the clamp on. WVU just struggling with the challenges at the moment. Just waiting for Northwood to make these shots. But then again, if you leave them an inch, they will take a mile. Zanil with the slot in.
Love this one from Creams. Touches this just light enough to wait for Matter, and then the flick comes in. A lot of these flicks and a lot of these infield passes, it's all about timing. If you hit it immediately, it's just going to be intercepted. But if you make the defense think, maybe there's another option there, that's when you spring it on them, and that's the timing Northwood has really mastered all their different games. And it's just another one where West Virginia has taken the timeout, and now they have to take a deep breath because they're right underwater again, getting dunked underneath by Northwood.
And so much of this is, it really just feels like WVU, they're waiting for their chance, but you cannot afford to wait for your chance against Northwood. They will go ahead and challenge you. If you give them a space, they will take it all the way. Matter needs to come through with the 50, and he does. Angel will cut, leave it for Tool. Nice pass off. You can see the execution starting to manifest now. Zanil going to backflip into it. Angel out of play. With it, it'll go back to the orange half.
Matter. Solid takeoff. Thing is, he has to go a long distance. That's what Hockey's waiting for, and now he gets skipped over right into the ceilings, and he should have that angle, but Tool gets the majority of it. Boost steal as well. Creams of the deflection will save that time. as the back pass comes in, intercepted by Tool. I think that's what I want to see more from West Virginia. Granted, you shouldn't dive in on everything. They've been countered more than enough in their series for their liking. But being able to just intercept Northwood at the precipice of those attacks, being able to just make a risk, say, hey, I'm going to dive in on this one, make sure you just cover my back. I think that does a lot because we've seen from teams, the way you get wins over Northwood is not waiting for a mistake. It's forcing them to do something they're not 100% on.
So Zeniel, he'll keep it. WVU, they can see the transition. They can see where Northwood is heading. Hockey almost gets the touch. That one would have been absolutely nasty. WVU just trying to transition to a gameplay style so they can clamp down on the midfield as well and just get that boost in their favor as Zeniel will go ahead and collect it. Looking for the second touch. Going to leave for Hockey, who's on the goal line, but no shot.
Another demo in the backfield. Tool going to take advantage of all that space, but take on Zeniel. And Zeal, so patient, just waiting on that back line for that clear. Now Hockey upfield can try to make a difference in this one. Air dribble bump onto Matter, and Matter got there a pixel before his opponent's car did. And even when West Virginia seems like they have survived the worst of it and has the exit rotation, it seems like Northwood always has that angle to take that 50 down, and this is yet another example. Zeniel slaps that one off the sidewall.
Angel sending it down. No one really convinced. Matter gonna take possession. Bounce off the ceiling. Tries to play it low. Straight into Tool's hands. How fortuitous. Tool makes it a tie game.
Well, good luck is really just opportunity presenting itself sometimes. Matter puts that into the ceiling because he knows he doesn't have the double. He wants the player to dive in, and once they do, he's going to be higher than them on that 50, which means it's always going to go straight back up. Tool was so patient. He drove up, but he never fully hit the brakes, just waiting for that touch to come in so he could be the first to it. Really well worked, but doesn't mean anything if you can't keep this lead. Zeniel straight down to the back post. Creams doesn't even want to dive.
WVU have given themselves an opportunity. It's now on them to totally capitalize. Matter off the back wall. Zeniel is, of course, there. Not too convincing as Northwood handles it with ease. Creams takes possession, decent amount in the tank. Tool needs to dive in, and he does, and keeps it out.
Hockey high lob, going to be waiting in for that flick. It's delayed. Angel gets most of it, but not all, and that might be the difference as Hockey will bump him away. Zeniel taking a stroll through the corner for a goal.
Oh, I have to imagine this is so frustrating for WVU. Tool has nothing to work with, and it's just consistent bumps slowly as possible as you see your dreams getting ripped away in front of you.
And particularly because, yes, we might be seemingly like it's dramatic. Yeah, it's 2-1. Yeah, there's 90 seconds remaining, but this is the match point for Northwood. West Virginia doesn't have to just score. They have to find another one to extend this series out, and that is the pressure that really can get to you. But we talked to Evil, the WVU coach, yesterday. He said this team thrives off the pressure. He was talking about single elim. He's talking about formats. I don't know if that extends to something so micro game as these individual moments within a must-win game in this series. Win or go home. This is for their whole semester, and my goodness, these controllers have to be sweaty by now, especially as we enter that final minute.
Tool needs to dive in. WVU running out of chances. Last minute remaining. Zeniel going in, trying to play around and at least keep the possession, keep the clamp on. Angel, who has struggled in this game, 76 points on the board for him and hasn't been able to contribute much to the offensive end. 30 seconds for the country roads. Does it end here?
Angel, nice aerial, but Zeniel is just that much faster to it as Matter will get over the top. Tool will not have that read, so Matter knows that. He has to get back. Final seconds, Northwood, they're just playing for clock at this point. Hockey on the sidewall will send it middle, but that's not a good touch. Angel into the ceiling. Tool's there, so is Creams. A spike in the middle. Matter, tap down to Angel. It's not gonna work. It's a high lob. No one on West Virginia has this read, and with that bump, I don't know if they can dig it out of the back.
Angel looking to keep it in play. Tool needs to dive in, is going to go for a controlled approach. That was a lob not in the favor. Zeniel will get the flip reset. Northwood will be your second grand finalist.
And like we were saying, any team in this bracket at the start of the weekend can go all the way. It's that good, but Northwood is simply better this time around. They're gonna take it 4-1, but let's not pretend that this was an easy task for them. West Virginia was putting up a lot of pressure. They just could not find the finishes, and it's not for lack of trying so many saves coming in near the end from Northwood, pretty much hitting 4, 5, 6 every single game just because West Virginia was finding creativity. But like so many teams before them, you have to be flawless. You have to be able to find those openings and most importantly, shut down a Northwood offense that is basically guaranteed for 2 goals a game.
There was a brief glimmer of hope for WVU, and it really did feel like when they were firing that it felt possible. They were able to keep Northwood at bay. They had the shot total and everything, but Northwood, it felt like the recipe that we've seen through Summer Series, the recipe that we've seen here. They're able to clamp down, force you to make mistakes, not even go for direct shots. You see Zanili just puts into the corner. They're just making you in such a vulnerable position that you are forced to make a mistake. It doesn't matter if you're like a rank X player or a RLCS pro, they will force those mistakes.
And on top of the fact that types of games like this are so high pressure, and yet Northwood is probably the most confident team I've ever seen. And I'm confident that we have worked ourselves up to a great grand final, so I can bring in Vod and Bass to be able to figure things out. And they've been watching and kicking back, and can we expect anything different out of a semifinal like that?
No, I don't think we can expect too much different. I mean, last time, yesterday specifically, when we saw WVU, every time on Saturday, they have never lost. But when it comes to Sunday, they usually do. And it doesn't help them that they were facing off against Northwood on this side of the bracket. But regardless of that, I still feel like they gave it the good old college try.
This was not a bad series from them. As much as I think you're almost underselling it when you say the good old college try. A lot of 1-goal ball games, very close on either end. I think, again, the big issue is that they ran into Northwood, and there's only so much you can do against Northwood, despite the fact that they kept the series close, despite the fact they played well. Again, 4-1 is a good result against Northwood.
Yeah, it's a very solid result, too, and this is the Northwood that we've been expecting for quite some time, and them getting their win last time for the Fall Open number 4 after being the only team to make multiple grand finals, it makes sense the way that we saw them perform. Of course, other than Maryville, who won their first and then got into the second grand final at the end of it. But even then, Northwood are inevitable. That is the name of the game for Collegiate Rocket League since they have been a program in it. I think they've only missed out on the grand finals once from what we've seen in at least these spring and fall championship style events. And with that, I mean, this West Virginia team, they gave it their all. We saw some bumpy spots for them throughout the season, though, looking on the horizon for them, whether they keep this roster, whether they have a new roster. What does this program really need to rally behind so that they can improve their performance in future seasons, Taco?
I think the biggest thing for me is just understanding that when you are playing against these top level teams, it's not really the same as when you're playing in a tournament in kind of pickup matches where you have playing against a team that maybe just started playing. That happens all the time in RLCS. In college, these players have great chemistry, and you need to be able to constantly find new ways to be able to approach your defense. It felt like at times it was feeling a bit stagnant, and I'm not necessarily saying that they're oblivious to that idea. The KBM Evil, by the way, on the coach for West Virginia, tends to be pretty good at pointing that stuff out, but I feel like any team that takes these losses, the last thing you want to do is say, nah, I mean, they're just really good. Like, what are we supposed to do about that? You have to be able to say, hey, look at the silver linings on your losses. And also, most importantly, when you look at wins, sometimes you're not getting a win because, yeah, a team just makes a miss. But a lot of the times it's because you are doing something so well, you need to be able to way to distill that down to a play style. And I feel like a lot of teams, when they do that, we start to see head and shoulders improvements semester after semester. I think West Virginia, it did definitely answer a lot of my doubts in the beginning of the season. I don't think they had the sauce coming into a lot of these openings. And now the way they played yesterday, and even for a lot of that series, despite it being 4-1, I really do like what they look. I hope they can keep growing as they continue out their 4 years.
I'm so curious if they were on like the other side of the bracket, if we would have seen them in the grand final instead, based on the way that they've played those other teams. But even then, we can only speculate as much as we want with that. We do have an interview coming up in just a sec here, Seb, but we want to talk about Northwood a little bit here too, because we have Creams on the docket for this interview. We talked to you way back when during Summer Series, and you guys said you're going to win it all. I have to call on to you here. Now that you're back in the winning mode, are you taking it all at the end of the day here, Creams?
Back then, the goal was to win every single event, but we weren't able to do that. Recently, we've started doing replays and everything, so the game plan is to win it all, and I think we're going to do it.
Short and simple. Love it.
Hey, Creams. How you doing, man?
Hi, Seb. Good. How about you?
You know, I'm feeling great. You know, it feels good to have a Canadian in the grand final. 100%. You guys are absolutely bringing back the Northwood aura. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But one thing that I'm noticing from you is you're a lot calmer, I think, than in previous times. You're meditating, you're taking a breath, you're doing everything you can to just remain calm throughout the course of a series. Is this, something that you've put on yourself? Is this something that Noxus has suggested? Or how did that come about, and how do you think it really manifests in the server?
I was watching people play Valorant, and I saw in between games and rounds they were doing breathing exercises. So I've been trying to do that in between my games, and on the field, it's been making me feel a lot more calm in my comms and my gameplay. It's been helping a lot.
That's good to know. Good.
Love it.
And being able to see that, I definitely think this is a way different team. But in terms of what the play looks like for Northwood, it's also kind of different from your opponents going forward into the grand final. You're all looking at Concord. This is a team that has played the best that they've had, but you've kind of had their number this season. Do you feel like there is any adjustments that you've had to make for teams down the stretch? Like, do you feel like the teams you've been playing in Open 3, Open 4 are the same teams, more or less, that you're playing the championship? Or do you feel like you really do have to prep for them like they're a whole different squad entirely?
I think preparation for us more comes from getting our team into the playstyle we want to play and focusing on us playing as a team and as a unit and to play together strong. And that's like what's most important to us. But I think WVU, we know how they play. I'm not going to forget, Evil did say he wanted to play us over Full State, and I don't think he's ever going to ask for that again, because that was not fun for them. That wasn't even close. They don't want us again. All I'm going to say. But yeah, the preparation, Concord, we know how they play. We're going to have an idea of what we need to do and go out there and just play our game. We're not going to play their game. We're not going to try and adjust to them. We're just going to play our game and work to win how we want to win.
Oh, Ass, I think you're muted.
Gotta say, that makes sense, as I've had my cat now like 15 times during this interview. At this point, it is now turned into one of these things where you're confident, and there's not really a reason to say otherwise. Not only have you guys put on, in my opinion, the best performance of any team throughout this weekend, you've also got the last two matchups against Concord in your favor. Is there anything you're really fearful of this team, or do you truly just believe this is going to be business as usual, even with it being a grand final and a best of 7?
I think over the season, we're 4-0 against them. We beat them earlier this week, I think. And I think we know that we can beat them. We just have to go into this grand final and play our game. Like I said, that's all that matters to us, is if we play our game, there's not a team in CRL that's touching us. They can't. If we're playing how we want to play, they're not taking games off us. We're gonna sweep the whole bracket.
Okay. I like the confidence here. Any shout outs that we have from you, or final thoughts before we send you away and get ready for the grand final? I'm
gonna shout out my team, obviously. Shout out my parents, but big shout out to Mystic, Vanish, Chicken, and Peaceful, because they all warmed us up this morning. We didn't have a warm up, and they hopped on. They played the game against us. Vanish and Peaceful, up and comers. Huge up and comers, especially in CRL, so huge shout out to them.
There we go. Love to hear it. Congrats for you guys making it into yet another grand final, and best of luck during that matchup.
Thank you. I'll see you after we win.
Okay, we'll see you afterwards. There we go. I love to hear it. I mean, we'll see if they can back it up. But so far, as we have seen here, Seb, they have been able to back things up every time they've found themselves, at least in this stage, with this kind of confidence.
It's so funny because it's such a stark contrast to what we were saying earlier in the season when we're like, I don't know, Northwood, this might be the year that, we might get a new Kings of CRL, but they are determined to prove not just us wrong, but all the other teams wrong. Everyone who ever doubted them absolutely wrong, and they're showcasing that match by match.
Well, we have one final best of 7 for this fall season of Collegiate Rocket League. It is going to be Northwood versus Concord, our number 1 and number 2 seeds in points going into this grand final. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back with some more Rocket League action after this.
Stay out of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. Told me I'll never be happy. I'm not sad at all.
All I want is you. 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 Is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is all I want is you. 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 All
epic octopus song.
It started a couple months ago with over 300 different schools competing in 4 different opens to make it their way to this stage, the final hour between the 2 top teams in Collegiate Rocket League, Northwood and Concord. All comes down to this in a final best of 7. Gentlemen, we are here and ready to crown our new champion or potential back-to-back champion if Northwood comes out on top. And this bracket couldn't have gone any other way based on the way these 2 teams performed. We all thought Maryville would potentially have a chance to be the winning team against Northwood, but Concord are here instead. Talk to me about their chances here, Seb, in this matchup.
So this is a matchup that we called, I think, at the start of the semester. Northwood were coming in as the kings of Summer Series. They had taken it all, the previous 2023 fall champions, but Concord were made for CRL. The EU versus NA matchup is real. It is here. It is in the grand finals. And although they have gone back and forth, this will no doubt be a banger.
That it is going to be our final series of the final event of the year for Collegiate Rocket League. But we do got to give the credit where it is due to those 8 teams who made it here. You saw Ball State, Davenport, St. Clair Green, and Akron Blue fall yesterday, and then West Virginia and Maryville joined them until we only had 2 remaining in our final matchup of Collegiate Rocket League for the season. It's going to be Northwood facing off against Concord. Our top teams in the points, as I talked about before, now the top 2 that remain in the nation. This is what we were hoping for at the start of the season, Bass, and what a way to end things with this final matchup.
We honestly thought the entire season that Concord was going to be the definitive number 2 team in all of CRL, if not the number 1, based on their preseason results, based on the way they came into the first week of the year. It felt as if it was inevitable that Concord would be the EU representative to take down Northwood. The crazy thing is, in the one time that they actually have worn the crown, they didn't face Northwood. Northwood was in the lower bracket. The other 2 times they have faced them, Northwood has taken it over them. At this point, Concord need to do what is almost seemingly impossible. Take down the number 1 team in all of North American Collegiate Rocket League. And honestly, they play like how they just did. It's a possibility, but still, the odds are absolutely stacked against them.
It doesn't help that Northwood are warm from their last series, Taco, as they're coming directly into this one after a stomp, you could say, against WBU. 4-1 finish, but wasn't the story of that series. Do you think that's a good enough warm-up against this Concord, who are on a hot streak?
And that's exactly the rough thing, is that you have 2 different variables coming in. You do have a team that is coming straight off of a victory, and so therefore they are completely warm within the game. But the issue is that with Northwood is that you are playing West Virginia, which I do think is the weaker opponent as compared to Maryville. And that's not to say it's an easy match. We saw how many of those were 1-goal games. It was being pushed to the brink. But it is something that when you do have Concord, them being able to beat Maryville is such a statement win, considering Maryville has kind of been, if you can beat Maryville, if you can beat Northwood, which few teams have been able to do, then yeah, you can go super far in these brackets. And Concord, it always felt like it's like, man, you can win these brackets if Maryville or Northwood are not there. So they have a chance to beat both of them in one day, which I think is a really big statement for them. I think definitely Concord with a more impressive win here, but now they have to do it again, which is quite the difficult task for really any team.
It is a tough task. Concord does not have enough experience footage against this Northwood roster. We talked about how Maryville, the only school that has a winning record against Northwood, and they got taken down by this Concord team, makes it a lot, maybe an easier journey for Northwood to come out on top. But Do you think here, Seb, that might be too much in the back mind of Northwood, that they overthink, oh, we got this in the bag, that they underestimate Concord?
I think it would be very easy for Northwood to almost overestimate themselves. I mean, listen, this is the first time where I think they have been truly challenged in terms of their dynasty, right? But they have built a dynasty for a reason. For multiple iterations of this roster to this one, it really has never felt like they have been at risk of losing this throne, but now represents a challenger with players from a completely other region, all vying to try and take down what Northwood has built in this final. I think either way, Northwood, they're locked in, they're confident in their own ability, willing to defend everything Northwood has built.
Well, Concord, they are the new kids on the block, the underdogs in this series, and they have been scrimming this Northwood roster, but even about that, it just hasn't felt like they found their footing against this Northwood team. So what do you think here, Bass, is going to be that key to at least keeping it even and potentially going to a Game 7?
No fear, and we've talked about this a lot this weekend, is that these teams need to make sure they are confident. We heard it from Helix himself, is that he was playing, and by far when he was playing the best is when he believed in the backup of his teammates and when he believed in himself. Those constant challenges, that full send attitude is going to be required by Concord if they want even a chance to slow down Northwood, because we have seen many teams do or fall into that exact trap. They start off the series very confident. They play it out even in Northwood, and then Northwood takes the game, and then they get a little bit self-doubt that starts to creep in, and the more self-doubt they give, the more room they give to Northwood to work with. Teams like Ball State have fallen victim to that. West Virginia, you could almost say the same thing. Many teams have fallen victim to that trap before. If Concord wants to not, they need to make sure that everybody on the team is confident, especially Helix.
That's going to be so important for these players to make sure they have that confidence against everyone at the end of the day. But Northwood, we talked a lot about Concord, what they need to do for victory. For Northwood, they just got to play their game, it feels like, Taco.
Yeah, that's really what Creams is also talking about, is that we have had, I would say, the confident answers from Crispy, where it's like, hey, when we play our game, like, we're beating everyone. We will beat everyone in this lobby, in these lobbies. It doesn't really matter. But I think Cream says it in a slightly, not even more humble sense, but I think a more realistic sense of just saying, when we play our game, people are just not going to beat us. Like, that's just straight up how they feel. And that's the mentality that all top teams have, because they know that, yes, it's a difficult task, but no one's entering these tournaments because they know it's going to be the easy ride. They're entering it because the competition fuels them. They want to play against these top teams to prove that they're the very best that NA, or, you know, at this point, EU has to offer here. So we do have a little bit of intercontinental battle here. But the one thing I do like about Northwood is that when they do struggle, we start to say, this is them getting a little cocky. This is them getting that. And then we talk to them and they say, yeah, straight up, we just didn't prep. Now we are. Now it's all good. I really do like that adjustment and not just being overconfident all throughout.
Let's talk about these teams and who we think is going to come out on top, how many games as well. Last few times we've seen Northwood and Concord play, it's been at least like game, maybe two that we've seen at most that Concord's been able to get anything against them. So looking at that and the history of these two rosters, who is taking this the distance and being our next CRL fall champion here, Seb?
Listen, I believe everything that Concord stands for. I think that they bring a fresh take on what can be possible within CRL, and they have battled since the start of the semester to be in that second spot. But they are in that second spot for a reason, and Northwood have built a dynasty for that reason, to be able to put away all challengers, all newcomers. Doesn't matter if you have pros or not, they will put you down all the same and retain that throne. I am going Northwood, and I'll give it a, let's go 4-2.
Okay. It's tough to guess exactly how it's going to go down if Northwood come out on top, because it could be sweet, could be 6 games. Who really knows? But Bass, do you feel the same sentiments as Seb, or are you going for the new kids on the block?
I do. I feel the same sentiments, and unfortunately for me, as much as I do really want to root for Concord in this one, I think Northwood are going to take it. I think it's going to probably be 7. I would love to see it go the distance. If I'm wrong in the games, that is fine, but I do think I'm correct on the winner of the series overall, just due to the fact that, look, Concord, you guys are fantastic, but this is your first semester in CRL. I don't have to go into how long Northwood have been around CRL, and they have had the crown pretty much the entire time. looking back, the only CRL championship that I can think they've lost was against Columbia. And guess what? The only player from that team that's still remaining has already been eliminated in this bracket. They've taken out their competition. They are ready to take out the final one. Concord, I think you've got the capabilities, but Northwood, they are just too tall of a mountain to climb. They're taking this one. They are going to be champions again.
Oh, when talking about Concord, they are at home in the mountains of West Virginia, so maybe they are used to overcoming the odds and coming out on top there, Taco. Do you think Concord has what it takes, or is Northwood all the way?
So before this, we all chose brackets, and for me, I thought Maryville had Northwood's number. I think they went to the grand final, that they win. And this time, Concord beat Maryville. And all as dangerous as it is, and as much as I know Northwood is playing at the best of the gigs, I'm going to just have the faith pick of saying, if Maryville, I think, can beat Northwood, and Concord can beat Maryville, then we're going to use the analyst dangerous tactic of using the transitive property. I think Concord might be able to take this one over Northwood, and I'm going to have them as my prediction for this one, simply just because if Helix can capture that and do exactly what I said, all he has to do is be a solid back third. I think Samos Crispy do have the firepower to be able to propel them forward. I think if they do this, it's going to have to take all 7.
Big analyst math from Taco here.
I got a whole whiteboard like just off camera.
Yeah,
like,
he's got like the different like red strings connecting everything. Yeah, exactly.
It all makes sense.
It's that one image of
Pepe
Charlie
Silva.
Kelly just freaking out.
Either way, though, talking about these two teams, we talked about it at the beginning of the season on Champ League's podcast, and we were like, okay, these are going to be the top 2 teams, and if anyone is going to do it, it would be Concord. We haven't seen it yet, because unfortunately, they've only faced off against each other 2 times. Northwood has won both of those, but the 3rd time is the charm. I myself need to put my hats off and hats on for Concord here. As they I got the merch for Concord.
Oh
there we
my
go.
gosh.
My hat's off and on here for Concord University. I'm committing to them getting the victory at the end of the day. They're going to do it in 6 and take it the way that they can do best. We've believed in them since the beginning of the series and the season, but now it comes down to one final best of 7 between these two squads. Only 2 questions remain unanswered. Will Northwood be the back-to-back CRL champions for their 7th title? Or will Concord win their first season of CRL and prove themselves the ultimate victors? This is the grand final of the CRL Fall Championship, and it is time to crown our champions.
For years, Northwood have held the CRL crown with very few teams to contest their spot on the throne. But over the summer, an EU invasion began, and along with it, 2 superstars emerged in Semos and Crispy. Combine them with an up-and-comer in Helix, and you get Concord University, one of the only 4 teams to win a CRL Open this semester, and the last hope to dethrone the Kings. Can they do it once more? It's time to find out, Taco. Our 2024 Fall CRL Championship begins now!
And the one thing that I think everyone has to hold on to is, yes, you see Northwood in a familiar position, but we've said it so many times this season, it's all about subverting expectations. Samos off the post. Helix can't read it. What looked guaranteed is going to be anything but.
My goodness, we're starting off already with the chaos emerging here. Concord, a chance to strike early. But as we mentioned before, Concord, you might have got away with a little bit of sloppiness on defense from teams in the past, but this Northwood team is a completely different beast. Even in the moments they look most exposed, I'm still pretty sure they're going to find a way to recover.
Seal trying to get that fake, and actually gets it taken away. So Crispy has the double tap to be able to put that in the middle. Maybe someone wants to go for that one, but Helix is all the way back. Just policing the midfield, getting some boost up, and now being able to potentially use it to help out Crispy as that deflection goes to the side. Hockey, middle, Zenil does not want to go for that one. And again, Northwood getting a lot better, and honestly, the maturation of this team across the season of making sure that they're not just playing brain dead, go for every play and try to outspeed everyone. They're really trying to be as patient as possible to choose their punches.
They have found a way to just get this kind of middle ground to where they can still play fast enough to dust teams and just straight up beat them to the ball, while also being able to play with sort of a backup plan, if you will. It's been impressive, and it's continued to be why Northwood are such a team to contest against. But at the same time, Crispy, he just might be the man of the day. Again, he gets a goal.
And look at this run. Not only is it getting to the ball first, but with almost nothing in the tank. Helix goes to that with about 10 boosts, gets the 50 down. Samas knows he can't get the shot. He'll 50 it down to Crispy. Bang, top shelf. So well worked by Concord.
And that honestly kind of feels like the expected result after the way they came out the gates, absolutely firing. The constant pressure we saw early here from everybody on Concord felt like inevitably they were going to find that goal. The question now becomes, can Northwood respond? Apparently not yet. They're already getting pushed back into their own half, and Hockey's getting chased in net. He'll make the save, but more pressure coming, or maybe not. Creams, great touch out to the sidewall, should alleviate it and now give Northwood a chance on the other end.
Pretty heavy deflection. Cream's not going to be able to interfere. Is almost no one on boost, and actually everybody on the ball for Northwood. As Zanil's the only one. He has to go for a back pass, which that deflection's not going to help because nobody's up for this one. Helix on the far side, unfortunately directly into Creams for a fairly easy clear. As Samas will try to clean things up, but he doesn't have that out. That's wide open for Creams, and he's not able to take advantage.
Not quite, but at least they've got Zanil on the sidewall. Low boost, but some space to work with and a good 50 out center. Hockey, probably going to fake this. No, he's going to back pass it, even more clever than that, but unfortunately, his opponent's read through it. The demo going to end the offense Northwood were brewing, and in a pretty awkward position on defense. Luckily enough, Hockey can at least be able to drag it past one player on offense for Concord. Can he get it past everybody, or can CMOS find another? No, Creams the in-and-out save.
And Northwood, even when they were flailing, they had pretty much the entire goal covered. You can see Samas almost like calculating it as he's approaching. Where do I even put this one? He did not know, but he knows where to put this one. Back of the net, unfortunately, it's too much power. Helix on the follow-through is going to be right down the middle. And that just shows even when you do everything right, you still have to make sure it goes between the sticks.
Well, one question is absolutely being answered already here. Did we think that it was going to be the same Concord with constant offense, constant pressure, and Helix standing up tall and keeping in rotations with his team? The answer, a definitive yes thus far. Concord have basically lived on the Northwood half. Outside of 2 shots that Northwood have found, it's been all offense for them. And crazy thing is, it's 2 shots to, let's make sure, 11 already for Concord.
Gonna be able to see Samas try to build that one into the middle, but not really going to be able to get far, as Northwood, again, just patiently waiting for that play. But there's nothing patient about the way Concord is playing. They're making sure that if Northwood wants to take a slow air dribble, they're going to go off the ceiling. And honestly, if they do get their time, you know they're going to take it. Crispy, he's basically freestyling through a lot of these lobbies. Look at the fake down and the pass. Helix waiting oh so patiently for number 2.
This is the best sign possible. Helix scoring early in the series is what got them through last time. Helix scoring early here has got to feel great as well. And it's not an easy shot either. Yes, the pass comes out center, but Helix is cutting across the net to try and slice that past 2 defenders. One barely pulled out of net and one inside a net. Perfectly putting that to the right side, getting the goal on target, and getting scored on off the kickoff. Not exactly the greatest response, or at least not if you're a Concord fan, but for Northwood, gotta feel good to finally get on the board.
My goodness, the way this accuracy game has gone for Concord in this game, with that play off the post, I was really thinking there's no shot. Creams actually just didn't put that in, but no, he does. And to make sure that Northwood is back on track, getting their 3rd shot only of the game. Meanwhile, Concord, you know, most of these games with Northwood and their opponents have been pretty close. Nope, they are already at 12 shots for Concord. So if you had any questions about how they would come out and adjust to this Northwood team, I don't think you have many more questions to be able to have unanswered.
My only question at this point is whether or not they can hold on another minute, because while they do have the overwhelming shots, the shots are starting to pile against them. We said it was 11-2 only moments ago. Let's make it 12-4, and the next 2 they take, both find the nets.
And really nice job from the wraparound. Creams doesn't really get the 50 for the straight-up pass, but he does put it in a dangerous position. He knows if Crispy wants to go for that, he has to time it well, and that's why he goes right across the goal. He whiffs the ball and the player, but that's because his target is really just to get in between all of it, to make Crispy sit on the ground and make that shot completely open for them, uncontested for goal number 2, tying us up, and this is where Concord really needs to lock in. So many teams come so close, but they fail right at the end, especially with Zadil starting to get tricky with those fakes.
And of all teams to fail at the end against, it's going to be Northwood. This team, again, we mentioned the clutch factor for Concord being more or less undeniable with multiple Game 7 wins throughout the entirety of the season, but Northwood, it's the same idea. They had 4 chances in a row to close it out in the finals, but they did get it done when it matters most in the very final event of the year. So far it's going pretty well. It might even go to overtime. A pop-up here from Helix, but is anyone there to receive it? Only Hockey, and I think he's going to be more content to let this hit the ground. He'll take a couple 50s in a row, but barring Concord keeping possession, I think we're going to see overtime. Wait a minute. Not a bad pop from CMOS, but Crispy doesn't want it. He'd rather see OT, and we will arrive there.
Concord is an overwhelmingly confident team, but at a certain point, you do have to say, all right, let's cut our losses there. We're not going to risk a counterattack, especially up against here in the grand final. No bracket reset this time. It's just the first time through. You get your dub. Helix trying to make sure this game 1 is a dub by going all the way through. Zanil stands his ground and again gets a real solid 50.
It's a good 50, but it's not going to get much further than the ceiling. CMOS couple in a row, and Crispy on the rebound will also send it back to the ceiling. Nobody really making any definitive touches. I think Helix maybe should have made one there, and might cost his team his offense, because here comes Zanil. Flip reset in the back, and the flick up. Cream's the last-second redirect probably would have put it on target, but goodness me, how on earth did Zanil even get that power in the first place?
You don't really ask, you just observe and really just kind of appreciate the spectacle of nothing else. All that pass in the middle, and it doesn't need to be pretty, it just needs to subvert the defender's expectations. Zanil off the hockey pass, delivering game 1 to Northwood.
You can just see it. Samas and Crispy aren't really sure which one of the two of them is supposed to be the one to get the clear. Yes, Crispy could have off the sidewall, but also Samas is center, meaning he theoretically has a bad clear. If that's not communicated, that's what happens, though. You can't afford, after overwhelming your opponents 15 shots to 6, Taco, and still they lost the game.
8 from Samasa alone, and that just shows, yeah, pressure means a lot, but oftentimes quality is going to win you those games, because ultimately Northwood shooting 50% from the field on that one. It shows that a lot of their buildup is clean, and that's what I was talking about with Northwood. Patient play. They don't feel like they get in those moments where if they fall behind, they really start to say, okay, we really have to ramp up the pressure. We really have to just go forward. Let's just dive on everything. Let's take these really aggressive plays. They're just saying, hey, it's fine. It'll happen. Let's just wait for the moments. And then when we do see an opening, full send into that lane created. And right now, when you look at this replay package, that second goal pass into Zanil, that's the perfect example of why then the overtime goal here on the assist from Hockey works so well, because Concord is made to be off balance, and eventually they will topple.
And the big issue for Concord, beyond anything else about them toppling in that, is that they toppled in such a very short amount of time. They were up 2-0 with less than 2 minutes to go, and they received 3 unanswered from Northwood in less than 2 minutes themselves. You got to be careful. You give Northwood even a moniker of momentum, the littlest itty bit, and they will take it and run for the hills with it. Concord's got to be careful. They do not want to give up a second game here on Forbidden Temple and let Northwood get some extra breathing room they don't need.
And so into Forbidden Temple we go, seeing whether or not Concord's going to be too shook by that one. Again, keep in mind, this is not just a loss there, but some unanswered goals near the end for Northwood to be able to power on back, get that win, and this is exactly the uphill battle that it's a struggle with. We talk a lot about Rocket League being a brutal esport to be able to come back into, but it's another thing to be able to have a win in your grasp and then throw it away. So having a short memory is important. Having a good accuracy on your shots is another. Helix trying to get that pre-jump, but he could not get in the way.
And unfortunately, he's now left his team in a complete scramble on retreat. 2 players on the ball, neither one of them can get a solid touch, and I guess neither can Northwood. So Helix will send a couple downfield, straight at Zanil, who will keep it close in the corner. And for maybe some more space afforded, we'll only find a 50, but Creams can back him up. What can you now do with some space afforded, Creams? Not much either. He'll get bumped off the ball, and Northwood started a little slow here. Feels like they're trying to wait for a mistake out of Concord, baiting them into challenges midair, but so far Concord are passing with flying colors.
And right now, they're certainly getting a decent amount of 50s. Cream's on no boost. Samas doesn't know it, but he's not going to care. He's just going to full send it in. Doesn't work out, so here comes Zanil. Wide open double because no one's up for it, at least until Helix. The last second touch, Hockey, a rare miss based on his accuracy all throughout today. And despite all those saves, Concord still has to bear down because here comes Zanil yet again off the ceiling, looking for another double, the redemption. And even that one is too difficult for the big man.
The good thing is he called off Creams early, and that's why he's still around this play. Creams initially was pre-jumping that one, hoping maybe to get a pass from Zanil, but as soon as he calls him off, it means that they've got some space now that they can retreat and start the offense again. Creams happy to do so with a 50 there. Hockey doesn't even need a 50. He'll clean beat against Crispy, and Moss will take over, but this is awkward in the corner. He needs a good clear to midfield, and you will barely find that. Creams now, though, some heavy lifting from him as well, as both teams feel like they're baiting each other into challenges. They're waiting for somebody to lose a 50 so egregiously that it just affords space on offense that they can work with.
And that's not always the optimal strategy if you're waiting for an invitation. Neither team is going to extend one gracefully. You have to be able to create your own openings, and sometimes you just got to do it by changing things up. Zanil looks like kind of ordinary shot, but it does take everything for Samas to get back to save this one. Same with Crispy going off the ceiling. He's going to need some help from Helix. And now, as everyone else is trying to gather that boost, you need to make sure the communication's locked in. Sort of across wires from Concord. They're not going to get away with that first attack, and the second one's not going to work out better as they just got to fake challenges. Zanil saw that coming the whole way.
See if they can find something here in the corner. Creams pop up high. Helix is going to be there, and he's got a reset, but far away from him, so there's not really much him nor Crispy can do with it. Crispy trying to steal boost in the corner despite getting bumped out of the play, and it will not work. The good thing is they got Helix at midfield to prevent the immediate counterattack, and maybe even get an offense continuing for Concord. Shot on target, Zanil barely going to flinch at it. Concord are starting to get more pressure on offense. The big question becomes, though, can they do anything with it? Last game, they barely shot even 10%, and it doesn't really look like it's changing here in this one.
Really have Crispy a lot of boost. He's going to wait for the challenge. He was actually pretty late to that one, but fortunately for him, Creams did not get the contact he was looking for. And I don't think the same with Zanil. That's going to be a potential giveaway. A nice adjustment last second as that goal was open. Creams trying to scream on back to be able to get to this. And I would say both teams looking not necessarily unstable, but there's certain moments where you can see the panic start to set in. They don't know if they have that read. This is one of them. Helix, it's behind him. Luckily, that shot well beyond the arc.
I can't believe Hockey even went for that. Dude dove across the net, across the pitch for it, and still somehow found not even just a 50, but a clean beat. And he might have found a goal, and he snuck that just a little bit more left. The post doing him no favors as that one bounces right back on out. The offense still going, but no shot found as it is cleared back into the blue half.
One to shake your head at for Northwood, and now potentially if Zanil can't get it, that's another. Helix with the bounce shot. Zanil had zero idea what to expect.
Oh, and I don't think he was hoping for that touch either. He was probably trying to get it to roll up the back wall so that he could then take it after taking the boost out of the corner. Instead, it bounces off the back wall, gives a free shot. He's stuck on the near post trying to find a way to save it. He cannot try as much as he'd like, but it's still not going to be enough. Northwood find themselves at a disadvantage with a minute to go. Taco, we've been here before.
Yeah, and that last time they had at least a little bit more of a cushion, and this one is not going to feel secure at all, especially with Crispy in reverse with zero boost. That's why you have teammate Samas the high lob, and I really do like that. It doesn't retain possession that well, but allows everyone to reset the rotation so that Crispy can do something like that. Pre-jump on the air dribble. Samas trying to police that back post, and Northwood really trying hard to improvise their way out of it.
Creams, he's got some space, but he's only got to pass out to Zanil because neither him nor Zanil really have any boost. Hockey's got to use his entire tank just to try and keep it on the offensive third and only keep it there for a second longer. 30 seconds left to go here. If Concord can find one more, surely it would be the dagger, but Northwood are not keen on letting them get there.
Thing is, 20 seconds remaining, you don't need another goal, but one would be nice. Hockey gonna get fake challenged on this one, so he's just trying to keep close to it. Crispy delays it and then throws it back in the middle. Helix and Samas, temporary double commit though, but it's behind Zanil. He gets past one on the fake. High flick, but it's only past Samas temporarily. Crispy lends a hand, and it just has to hit the turf. 50 down. That's Concord answering right back in this series.
And they do so in shutout fashion in comparison to Northwood, who scored 3 goals in 2 minutes in the last game. They are able to keep them 5 minutes scoreless in this one and quite literally flip the script. Last game we said something like, what, 15 shots for Concord, yet they have less goals. This time it's Concord only 5 shots and 1 goal versus Northwood, who pull out 7 and can't put a single one on the board. It's very clear these teams are about as evenly matched as we expected. It's good to see Concord did not let the initial loss get to them.
Yeah, I would say this one on the replay is the only moment where I really feel like Northwood had it in the bag, but it's a really difficult situation. And I say you don't really rely on mistakes from Northwood because they're not going to make any. That one from Zanil is about as close as they come. You know exactly what he's going for. He's trying to just skirt that one off the front bumper, roll it up the wall. He can grab the boost, then wrap around and clear to the far side, but it touches a little high, it goes straight out, and that's what you need to do at a high level. When there are the occasional moments, maybe once or twice a series, where they do mess up a touch, that is a golden opportunity to score. Really nice to have Helix be able to get there because we said that was the player that needed to step up. If there's anyone that cannot lag behind, it is Helix because we already know that pressure's on him, and it's nice to know that he's in an environment where not only he trusts himself to do that, but he trusts his teammates to be able to support him and let him play the game style that he wants to play.
It's great to see that he also has that level of confidence, like you said, and he even mentioned it, that he is just so confident around everybody on this team. You know, CMOS and Crispy have done a great job instilling confidence in this guy, allowing him to play how he wants to, and not only allowing him to play how he wants to, but allowing him to thrive while he plays that way as well. I'm loving what we're seeing out of Concord. I'm enjoying what we're seeing out of Northwood as well, but I hate to say it, Taco, I don't think we've seen the full version of Northwood yet. I think we've seen a good version of Northwood, but they're still not hitting the usual passing plays midair, pre-jump touches off the ceiling. There's still a little bit left to be unlocked for this team, and I'm waiting until we see it.
Yeah, the biggest thing that we need to focus on, I think, from these types of games is it's going to be close. I think that's what we've learned from game 1 and 2. Yes, the lead started to grow a bit for Concord, but then it immediately shrank right back down and then even reversed. A little bit of a suplex by Northwood near the back end of that half when their offense really started to turn on. But then Concord, like all good teams, says, hey, let's just focus on building from the back and make sure we're also doubling up on a lot of our defensive plays. Northwood is doing very well at getting right up to the edge and then getting cleared away. And even still, their one opportunity doesn't go in, and that's all they're going to get. Hockey's off the post, and at that one, you have to be shaking your fist. You're like, oh, of course, it's a physics-based game, of course. Why does that deflect on in? Because sometimes the pixels just don't arrange in the way that you need them to, and if that's the only way that you're going to win or lose, then that's really what it is. Rocket League's always, at the high level, been about these close margins and whether or not you can actually take advantage.
You know Hockey's going to want that shot back, and I know that he's going to get more shots throughout the rest of the series. He has kind of been the de facto captain for this team for, I'd say, a long while, if I'm being quite honest. He's been very good for a long time, but it really does feel like now he's starting to take that more of a leadership role, bringing in players like Creams and Zanil who don't have as much collegiate experience as him, and really putting the team in a comfortable position every time, making sure that he is controlling the offense, the defense, everywhere in between, and leading by example. No guarantees that he's going to be able to do the same thing here in Game 3, but I would recommend that he does. If you want to see this Northwood team thrive, you want to see Hockey in his best form.
And Hockey has just been a player that I tried to highlight it in the last role. I don't really feel like we give Hockey enough flowers for what he does for his teams. I remember a while back, myself and also just other analysts within the scenes, or rather not myself, you as well, like a collection of collegiate analysts tried to do player rankings. And Hockey was put in kind of like a middle tier, and a lot of the chat, the comments from other CRL players, other pros were saying you are psychotic for not thinking Hockey is one of, if not like at the very top of all players in Collegiate. And I think mainly just because Zanil and Creams, really flashy players. Hockey just kind of does the dirty work, the stuff that really doesn't get appreciated, kind of like offensive linemen in football, if you want to think about it. There's something that is essential to how you win, but not necessarily something that's going to light up the stat sheet.
I really do think that that is a lost art in modern Rocket League nowadays. Unless you are flashy, hitting double touches, hitting musty flicks off the ceiling, it really does kind of feel like you don't necessarily get the flowers you deserve. Hockey's been a fundamental player for a very long time, and yes, he still does have that flair occasionally, but you're not necessarily going to see him prioritizing that, whether it's here in CRL or whether it's in RLCS on TSM. This dude has been around for a long time, proving that he is still the best of the best and up there with the best of the best at this point. Question is whether he can do it again. Tied series here between Northwood and Concord as we go into our third game. This one's going to be pretty important. We talked about it. Concord are a team that really start to find their momentum during the back half of the series. So if you are Northwood, you're going to try to get as many games early as you can.
Yeah, and for everyone checking, no, there are no timeouts being taken. We had a little bit of server musical chairs going on in the background for these players, but now everyone is back in the lobby. Everyone is ready, and we're going into DFH to be able to start up this next game to see who's going to be able to take the lead in this series after both teams really just trying to sting each other with some jabs in games 1 and 2.
Find out. Let's get it started. Creams already trying to get the offense going here from Northwood. An early goal would do so much for them, especially considering they were shut out in the last game. Over 5 minutes scoreless so far. They'd like to end that drought as quickly as possible. Creams on the way to do so, but unfortunately multiple defenders in his way.
The problem is almost nobody in the way of this one, as that was a high lob off the backboard. I'm thinking that could be a goal, but no. After all the smoke cleared, all of Concord still standing, and Crispy not only gets the clear, but maybe the pass in middle. He actually gets the catch off the fake. I don't know how he engineered that one, but I know he was looking for Samas in the middle, but Northwood knew it as well. Really tactical understanding of both teams' strengths on this one, as another great opportunity goes off the bar.
The woodwork just doing no favors for Northwood right now, with multiple shots coming close, but just not finding the way into the back of the net. Concord, on the other hand, look keen to find a goal of their own. Offense brewing here, but Hockey might just end it. Pass out to Creams. Creams, not necessarily a shot, but an attempt at one. It could give his team some more time on offense, though, as this is spiked up high. Crispy looking for Helix. Helix will find a touch, but it's not on target, and both teams kind of having that sentiment right now. Getting some intricate touches, some good ideas at passing plays, but just not hitting the mark, including here another opportunity missed.
just about taking away angles right there. Hockey pre-jumps it. He does not have the read, but that's the point. He just has to get in the way to be able to deflect a shot that does come in. And I know Concord might want that one back, but they're doing well so far. Northwood might have gotten denied by the bar, but Concord has shown that it's not just them playing defense waiting for the counter. They can build as well, especially when they get bounces like this. Crispy trying to send that one deep. I thought someone might be lurking up, but instead, Concord just trying to prioritize boost right now, and I don't blame them. They're going to need it. Creams to the backboard. Helix well equipped to handle this one. Now Samas needs to do the same. He's in between two players and still makes contact.
I like that we're starting to see Concord on the backboard more often, though. One of the few criticisms we did have of them in their win against Marville was the fact that they did oftentimes leave that backboard pretty exposed. They're a little bit exposed here as well due to a bump, but at least they're in the right position and are able to recover. And they also maybe get an offense. CMOS, a long ball downfield, but it's right into the hands of Creams, who's got a full tank of boost. Crispy, the immediate challenge will not allow them out of their half, but Northwood looking relatively boosted up and prepared here. I think they should be able to survive the onslaught, and indeed they will. They'll get out of their half and get into another offense.
Samas taking his time, saving that flick, does not actually use it, and Hockey is going to call that bluff. Just puts that one right across, and this is where Northwood really likes to play, just slowly waiting for those 50s, because that's the opening it creates. Hockey foregoes the shot, doesn't like his angle on this one. He likes the Neils a lot, and so does Crispy. He knows he had to get up for this one for the first save. How about a second Creams? Double from an angle. It's past everyone, including the post.
The only player with any boost, though, Samas has to take over, and honestly, it's a big concern I'm starting to see. Northwood are not just getting those extended stays on offense, but when they go through on offense, one of their main priorities is stealing those boosts in the corner and leaving Concord awkward. If they can just bend them enough, eventually they will break underneath the pressure, but it won't happen yet. 3 minutes played here in Game 3, and still not a single goal on the board for either team. Could have been a chance there with multiple players downfield, but no one prepared to take the shots.
So well done by Helix getting the demo as the pass came in. That was actually what you need when to get those wide open shots. Unfortunately, Concord not able to tie everything up because the recovery from Northwood still so good. How do you recover from a Crispy double, though? You have Creams in goal, able to deflect that one to the ceiling and get another clear to be able to buy some more time for Zanil.
I do like the physicality Concord are starting to show. A lot more demos for them to try and keep the pressure on offense. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out this time. They'll be forced to retreat, and Creams will bop one up high. CMOS is there, but he doesn't have a great touch. It's right out to Zanil. Luckily enough, his teammates will bail him out with a good 50, but it allows more time on offense for Northwood. A steal, a boost in the corner means it'll be an awkward clear even if they can find one, and indeed it was. It's a pop right out to Creams and a 50 from Zanil, and a shot on target? I'm sorry, how did he save his flip?
Keep an eye on the belly of that car with a reset off the 50 and extends it in. I'm thinking, is Hockey going to be able to get around that in time? Can he carry that into the open net? Who cares about the team play when you got Zanil? His third shot, he has 3 saves. He's leading his team potentially to a victory, but there's been a lot of comebacks in a series like this, and I'm sure we'll see even more if Concord has their way. Like we said, they've gotten oh so close, just not able to find it. Now they only have 50 seconds and maybe only 3 or 4 chances remaining to be able to get that goal.
And Northwood are doing exactly what you expect out of them right now, just trying to keep the ball close to them, keep possession away from Concord, and just not even give them a shot. This has to be a shot, and it's barely one at that. Helix had no boost in the tank, though, so the power behind that didn't really have any at all. And Northwood, once again, are just getting away with Concord trying to find penetration in the defense and getting nowhere.
And right now they're caught in this middle game right now. Helix is trying to get back and help, but he only has so much boost in the tank. He has to wait for people to delay for him, kind of like Samas getting that first 50, but now off the back wall, ricocheted around. All this time spent playing defense is time you cannot get onto offense. Northwood knows it, and they're just trying to press their advantage off the ceiling, but down into Helix with a catch, with a flick, lead block, Hockey in the way. It has to stay up, and it will not. Northwood hanging on. They're going to take that lead back in the series.
We asked for the captain to step up in this game, and he not only does so, but he saves the game as well in a 2v1 breakaway with a lead blocker chasing him. He still finds the last-second saves that secures the 1-0. We've talked a lot about the parity throughout this weekend of how teams just seem to repeat history on repeat. We're getting history repeated not even 10 minutes later. From an 0-1 in favor of Concord, where they shut out Northwood for 5 minutes total, to now the complete reverse, where Northwood find the 1-0 and shut out Concord in this game.
It really does feel like these teams are trading, and again, it comes down to just these crazy moments. It really took Zanil not only getting a 50, but getting it deflected off another player, and then saving a reset throughout all of that one to be able to push that one through into the open net, saving Hockey the trouble of having to adjust quickly, get an awkward readjustment. And really, when we do look at these games, this is what we were waiting for in a grand final. It's two teams playing at their peaks, just trying to just crash into each other. It's just watching like a kaiju fight, really, at the end of the day, because these are the number 1 and number 2 teams that we predicted all the way back then. And despite the crazy path and journey we took, now we are seeing them at their full potential, and this is what CRL is all about. It's what a grand final so far should be, but we might be going away from that trading back and forth. Utopia, typically where we start to see whether the pattern will continue or if one team starts to pull away.
One good thing for Concord is, as we've mentioned a couple of times here today, is that they really do like the back half of these series. Moving into Game 4, this is where they theoretically should start to find their flow, start to find their mojo, and really run with it. Easier said than done, though, when you're playing against Northwood, especially as already Northwood are on offense.
And from a tight angle, you just got to police that near post, and they do, but thing is, you got to make sure you actually do something with a lot of this defense. That's something Concord's been doing that really few teams have been able to do against Northwood, is not only get their saves, but also threaten enough on the counterattacks to be able to force Northwood to actually get out of their half and make sure you also get the boost in the tank. Helix had nothing and still was able to get that first touch. Crispy has more than enough, but not the angle on that one. A rare miss from him, but not going to harm him.
This is the most awkward I think I've seen Concord on defense so far, especially to start the game. They're just looking for any sort of reprieve and finding none of it. It's pretty difficult to do so, though, when Zenio on literally 0 boost is still getting resets with the power of Zeus. This dude is disgusting. I don't understand how they keep giving him this space, and if they do, it's going to come back to bite them. They need to be careful. We mentioned how Concord are starting to come to life. Yeah, Northwood, the same idea. This is a team that is hyper-mechanical. If you start affording them time on the ball, giving them space mid-air, they're going to start doing some things that you wish they wouldn't. Honestly, it's not a good strategy, and they need to be careful.
Samash just crashed in the net a little too fast there. I like Crispy just faking it down. He beats 2 defenders, but he also can't get past the post. He also can't get past the kneel. He's often getting those back passes. That was a weird deflection, but Crispy has a double. Does he have a flip as well? He can't make contact again. Helix holding it up, but he's only gonna have to settle for a 50. Concord trying to maintain a grip on this offense, but so hard to keep Northwood penned down. They're gonna throw it back into our orange corner.
Oh my goodness, Kareem. A free jump off the ceiling, or at least an immediate attack if you want to call it that way, and it'll do enough to at least slow down the counterattack from Concord. Good demo from Helix, though. Could afford some space. Pass out center, and he will muscle through. Once again, the third man coming to the rescue.
And Crispy all the way around. You see a little bit demo off camera, but this is really impressive by Helix. He's coming from the right side. That is not where you want to be. So not only does he get across it, but so many players will dive hard on that left side to make sure they prevent the clear, but oftentimes that just deflects right up the middle. Instead, he tries to stay as central as possible on the ball, not the player. That's what produces a great 50. That's what produces a goal. We almost see Sabas take notes off of that one and get a second in quick succession.
Normally, I would not advise a team, for the winning strategy to be just out 50 Northwood. But if it works, it works. And apparently for Concord, it's working out. And they're making great saves on defense as well. Helix again bailing out his team. How many times have we said that today?
Well, Northwood hasn't really been able to get it on target too much. Only one save required in general from Concord in this game so far, and it's largely because they are getting a lot of those 50s. And you said maybe that is the cornerstone of their play. Hey, you got to grip to whatever is working, and right now Northwood orange, that's a little bit errant touch there from Hockey. Will put it back into the midfield. Cream's trying to build again, but Crispy is back. Pinch across, does he have it? Of course he does. Crispy very rarely making a misstep so far in the series.
He's just been so good on that backboard, and again, it's a place that they needed to focus on. A focal point of their defensive weakness has been backboard touches. The lack thereof prevention of double touches has come back to bite them before, and they are not making the same mistakes here in our grand final. Fantastic play from Concord so far, but the job is not done yet. They are still both down in the series, and they've got 2 minutes left in what is only a 1-0 lead, and we've already seen how quickly Northwood can erase leads, especially a 1-goal margin. Could they do it here? Pop up high, but again, Crispy, the defender of the backboard.
The decisions in the micro game from Concord are so great. They're focusing on multiple levels of how they need to play. Yes, we need to get in the angles and touch that away, but a couple times a player will go toward a ball, get dribbled by, and then instead of going for the ball again, they just bump the player and say, look, if you're gonna get past me, that's fine, but you're not gonna continue on. And you can see Northwood almost just huffing and puffing, saying, I don't know how to deal with this right now, especially on defense when it's not just them struggling to get forward, but Concord getting more and more creative with all these resets, and eventually past this middle, Crispy gonna call off Samas, trying to get that reset, but the touch is a little too light.
Unfortunately, though, the boost total is not great for anyone here on Northwood, except for maybe Cream. Zanil does pick up the 100 in the corner, but it leaves Creams on an island alone to face off against Helix. He will pass, but again, more bumps, more awkwardness. Concord are just trying to frustrate Northwood right now, and in my opinion, it's working. They do need to be careful, though. If they bite off more than they can chew and a counterattack is found, Northwood will be lethal with their chances. With only a minute to go, all they need is one. A light double commit there could have been problematic, but luckily enough, they will not get scored on.
Well, a double commit is when you fully commit into it from both players. On that one, you can see Helix lean back just enough so that Crispy can go over the top, and that's what good comms are all about. Concord has them in spades. They're playing in person. They are 3 feet from each other, and you can see that chemistry at work with a crowd, of course, cheering them on, as you can see on their social media. And now maybe the socials have a lot to tweet about if they can get a win here, but Crispy, unfortunately, not able to get there. Samas will get in the way, but doesn't seem like it's harming the attack too much now as everyone goes back for boost.
Long ball downfield, but Zanil, no boost in the tank, so he can't really do much with this. A spike to the ceiling, that'll only give a 50 to Hockey. And as we've mentioned, we have not seen a ton of good 50s from Northwood. It's been more Concord in the dominant factor. However, a chance here, or maybe not. Nobody boosted up for Northwood, meaning an open net. Hockey just to try and keep it alive, and Creams as well. That's a 3v1 the other way. Helix the only one back. Hockey the touch off the backboard, and Zanil can't keep it up. Concord again, another 1-0 victory.
Oh my goodness, as soon as I saw that cleared, I saw 2 players from Concord go. I'm thinking you have Zanil with an option for a double tap and all this craziness going on, and that is just terrifying. And also, utterly confusing. I'm not sure, Bass, if you see this. Concord taking a win, tying us up, and yet Samas is taking Concord's timeout.
What? Okay. I mean, I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it's a nerves thing. Maybe one of them has to go use the restroom. Maybe, look, I can theorize all day. I don't have a reason for this. If it's just getting in the head of Northwood, it's not a bad strategy. Okay, they all left their chairs. They got to be going to do something. Maybe they all needed like a little bit of a break for a second. I don't know. Either way, bold calls from Concord, because as we've mentioned multiple times throughout the day, Northwood have got a little bit of a silent killer in the background as well. It's former RLCS Worlds coach Noxus. So, as you can see, with Cream not saying much, I have a feeling he's in the Northwood ear right now.
Yeah, honestly, this is a kind of fortunate one from Northwood because it's not necessarily a devastating loss, but those are frustrating when it, again, comes down to a single goal. It's one moment that just does not go their way. It's really nice setup all throughout with Helix getting involved, and I think the whole point of my prediction with Concord winning this series comes from the fact that I think Helix needs to be able to be confident in his reads. I talked to a lot of players after they have their inaugural debuts on the CRL stream for back in the day league play or just in initial rounds, and I talk to them and say, hey, how you feeling? Obviously you're a high level player, but like, how does it go through with this? And he says, man, the difficult part that I have with stuff like this is that ultimately I get nervous. I know I'm good enough. I play these guys in ranked, but I don't know if I can trust myself diving in. I don't know if I can do that. And that's why I really like how Concord is playing. Every player is going in with 100% confidence that not only they can get those reads, but that their teammates aren't just going to shake their head and say, oh, what are they doing? Like, we need to stick together. It really does have a full system. So I think the timeout might just be for them to potentially use the restroom. But other than that, I think they are confident that they might not even need it if they keep playing like this.
I don't blame them. Again, they're playing really well. It says something that not only have they found 2 victories throughout the series, but the 2 victories they have found have been 1-0 shutouts against Northwood. That's not that easy. That's really difficult. Also, hi TJ. How you doing, TJ? I like the little sign. But seriously, it's a lot easier said than done to not only be able to win against Northwood, but to shut them out against any goals for a full 5 minutes. And it's not just that they're shutting them out against goals. Taco, they've been limiting chances for opportunities as well. Very rarely do you see Northwood not even get a handful of good shots in a game. And honestly, I can barely think of many good shots in the last one.
And that's really where it comes down to execution. It's really about making sure you set up good passes, but sometimes you really just have to take what you grab. And I think at times these players are starting to get scrappy. That's why we see air dribble bumps. It's why we see off-ball plays. And honestly, Northwood, over time, especially against the adjustments in West Virginia, one thing they really focused on, stealing as much boost as possible, sometimes just foregoing the ball. I think every series brings something different. Northwood so far this season has never dropped a series to Concord. In fact, they recorded a win in a best-of-7 just yesterday, according to the NECC League. So whether or not that's going to repeat, who really knows? We have set the stage already for 2-2. Who's going to have that 4 at the end of it? We really don't know. That's why Wasteland Pitched is set up to be able to find out.
I'm ready to find out. This is a big game. Whichever team takes this will move on to series point and will be one away from becoming CRL champions. Again, we really don't know who it could be at this point. Concord are playing phenomenally, but as we've mentioned many times throughout the series, you can never count Northwood out. Former CRL champions and really some of the best players on the planet when it comes to Collegiate Rocket League. They're trying to prove it here with an early goal. A lot of offense being generated, but unfortunately, nothing hit in the back of the net until now. Hockey touch off the backboard and Zanil will clean it up.
Slow boost play, it's so difficult. You see Crispy has to go in, so he does. Samas has to go in this one, but wait, does he have a double? I have to play that near post. It doesn't go through, and therefore it's a wide open one for Zanil. Not a conventional build-up, but something that Northwood knows. If you get him on the ropes for long enough, it comes down to whether or not you can get that read, and if you miss, it is usually going in the back of your net.
Well, chat, strap in. If the last couple of games are anything to indicate, that's the only goal. Okay, I will eat my words immediately. Caster Curse finally showing itself today as we get an equalizer for the first time in what feels like forever.
You didn't even get only out before that goal went in as
Literally.
well. Just trying to say, well, that might actually be the difference maker. Actually, no, just Control Z. We're right back to square one, and the only difference is now that we have both a goal. That is a really nice setup as well from Helix, and it shows the respect. Helix, the only non-pro in this lobby, and yet all of Northwood cowered in the goal, just saying, hey, I don't want to take that 50. I'm going to let him touch it. He doesn't, and they're going to pay the price.
Hey, any bubble teams watching, if you're looking for a new third from a player, are you kidding me? Who'll speak for himself? I don't have to sell Helix to professional teams. Who'll do it with plays like this?
Build your resume one clip at a time, Helix. The flip reset double tap with a dunk for good measure. Hitting the campus gym. Concord making a statement. 2 goals back to back. They're right back in it.
My goodness, goosebumps down my neck as I continue to be proven wrong. Helix, you were the player that everyone had questions about. You grab Samas and Crispy, you've got a lot to live up to. This man has not just lived up to expectations, he has surpassed them. Whether the MVP performance in the first series of the day or the plays he is producing now, I don't even know what to say. Chef's kiss, this dude's insane.
And he has a chance to even do more damage, but his teammates would also love to be able to be involved and do their fair share. Samas will get the back pass, takes it away from his teammate, but I think they trusted Crispy on the back pass. Problem is he was too far away. Hockey, he was there right on time. What a touch bite up. Neil still a lot to do. Samas last second save using that 4th defender to the optimal conclusion. Bar and out for Crispy to then carry back to mid with a reset, with a musty as well. Zanil deals with it well.
I like that Zanil barely even flinched. He took his time. He recognized, he's like, all right, look, man, you're not Knight. We're not getting musty flick scoring us here in this series. And unfortunately for them, everything else is getting scored against them. We mentioned it. This would have been the 4th 1-goal game in a row, but instead we've had a flurry of offense from both teams. Here could be another. Zanil, the 50 in front of net. Helix to make the save, and Samas to try and carry it out.
Samas, really nice carry as well. He looked like he was losing that one, but he stayed just close enough. Helix tried to do the same, though you need at least a little bit more boost to be able to do so. Crispy, he has enough. Maybe trying to fake past Neil as well. 50 into the middle. Cream's not going to get this one. Helix is uncontested, and yet still had a lot to do. 2 players stacking up that goal line, and that's been something I've been seeing more and more from Northwood. Not usually what we see from their defense. Typically very fluid. At this point, I'm not saying they're parking the bus, but oftentimes they want as many defenders on the goal line as possible.
I mean, they just recognize that the threat could come from any one of these 3 players. Normally, you'd come into the series and be like, all right, yeah, we got to watch out for Samas and Crispy, but we'll see if Helix ever gets involved. Instead, it is Helix at the forefront of the offense, and that makes you second-guess yourself on every challenge you make. Speaking of which, Samas not going to care that he got bumped off the ball and will full send it in immediately. The only issue is it's opened some space now for, I was going to say Creams to work with, but great touch from Crispy to send to the ceiling, end the attack, and once again, send Northwood packing.
Hockey doesn't have that one. Luckily, his teammate was there to back him up because he saw Concord was waiting for it, and now Hockey would wait for a chance like this. Had no more boost for the adjustment. Creams does. He's going for the same thing Helix did, but he's not going to score off it. Crispy with a lengthy hit, and that's even more time off the clock that Northwood really can't play around with.
They still do have time, though. As long as they can get one, we can see an overtime, our second of the series. But Concord look like they might just want to close this out now. The drop down from Samas not received, and breakaway with only Helix back. He can't get the first touch. Where's the follow? Not really found by anybody. Calamity in the corner as nobody's really sure how to clear the lines, and a double commit out of everybody. Goodness gracious, it does feel a little chaotic. Concord have to be careful. If they just give in to the chaos here, Northwood are going to find an opportunity.
Creams Single more tap to be able to extend the play. Samas so patient on the 50. That's a crazy deflection. Crispy was perfectly in line for it. Hockey, he's late to that challenge. The 50 across the back post. Samas there just in case gets the boost steal. Again, Concord thinking 2 steps ahead and might be 2 goals ahead if they're not careful on the Northwood side. A patented counterattack pass attempt to Zanil, but that time he didn't have the resources to chase it down. Northwood down to their final chances to get an equalizer.
They do have a decent amount of boost here, or at least I thought. I think they might have used it all on that last attack, meaning Hockey's got to retreat. Cream's the only one back. They're looking for 50s to just clear the lines, and they can barely even find that. A shot not on target, but it should still seal the deal. If not for Hockey and Creams, and Helix with a pre-jump? I'm sorry, where did he come from? Who cares? He gets the win, and Concord are 1 win away from becoming CRL champions.
You gotta keep in mind, this arena, it isn't just 4 walls. There's a ceiling as well. A lot of players love going off the ceiling to get that challenge, and I love the prediction from Helix. I'm just gonna ride on top of the arena, waiting for that air dribble at 0 seconds. It's the only option Northwood has, and now the only option Northwood has is to win out here. Concord getting on to another game win, putting this grand final, this fall championship for 2024 into their match point.
And once again, it's the least expected of the players to get them there. I cannot give enough compliments to the way Helix has played, whether both on offense or defense or in between. The jumps off the ceiling that we saw at the end to end the game. The fact that he has both a goal and an assist, 100% goal participation here in game number 5. I am blown away at the performance that this guy is pulling out. And honestly, I think Northwood is as well. The reason they are struggling here is they probably came in, again, expecting Samas and Crispy to be problems for them. And they have been. What they probably didn't expect is that even in those moments of reprieve, Helix comes out of nowhere and either demos you, jumps off the ceiling to pre-jump you, meets you for a 50, or is immediately there on the follow-up for goals. Concord, you have set the tone at this point. If Northwood want to beat you, they basically got to hit their peak. Question is, can they do it here on Neo Tokyo?
Northwood, our most recent open winners, but the thing is, this potentially could be the 3rd different team to beat them in a grand final this season. Something that would be unthinkable to say in former semesters of CRL. And right now in Neo Tokyo, how many times have we seen heartbreak on this very map? This is the one where you feel like it's destiny to go the distance. They have to be able to bring it back, and they're just not able to. Concord are playing like they know that they are the favorites. And right now, I don't really think I can blame them, especially when Northwood starting to panic a little bit. Double commit to open us up on the first Concord attack.
Oh, and a couple of weird touches in a row, or lack thereof. I think the final one was probably a fake intentionally, but it's really only due to low boost. Northwood, not many chances or opportunities to start an offense from that play, and they will not start one instead. Back into their own half. Hockey awkward off the backboard, and I don't think he realizes he was the last one back. Cream's trying to retreat, but Hockey will bail him out instead. Already getting a little bit scary here from Northwood, but one good goal could erase that away. If they can just build some confidence with an early shot, it would do them wonders.
Oh, Hockey, I really like that decision to shoot that one low as both players went on the back wall, but they don't do that, and that's why you need players to be fully confident. Zanil almost giving away the counterattack, but gets the deflection into now another Northwood build-up. Creams, delayed flick, well met by Samas.
Helix, though, not a lot of boost here. I think he might have gotten a reset, which will afford him a 50, but will it give his team some offense? Not quite. Crispy again 50'd out, but is anybody there from Northwood to continue the play? Eventually, Zanil will fly in, and Helix really awkward, but no one expected that. He's been so steadfast on defense all day long. There was no way you expected him to just straight up miss.
Oh, Samas, seen a lot of players lose those 50s. This is exactly what Northwood is depending on, but no. The reads continue to be solid, rock solid, really, from Concord. Now I just gotta hope it continues, because here comes Hockey with another 50. Deflection only lands in Crispy's lap up until Zanil steals that one right away. Honestly, every team is trying to start up these solo plays, but it's right before they get the reset, right before they get the deflection. That's when the challenge has to come in, and from both teams, they're timing them well.
Crispy trying to get something started here in the corner. He's got some boost to work with, but only a 50 to afford him space. And instead, the space now given back to Northwood as they boom it downfield. Samas to a touch to the ceiling that I'm not really sure if either one of his teammates have much they can do with it. At least they can get a 50 to prevent the Northwood counterattack, and a couple of weird fakes in a row I don't think are going to do them any favors, because now Breams, time space taken away by CMOS on the challenge from behind him, and goodness, as soon as you think Northwood will get the one chance to finally get an offense together, and somebody from Concord is there to interfere.
Speaking of, Crispy gets in the way of that one, gets a reset, gets a low 50 as well. Zanil's got to be careful. He's been in some trouble before. Not only does he get the clear, but he puts it all the way back on the slow air dribble. Breams, I think, wanted to do assists, but the only thing he could think to do was go for the demo, which he does not get. So Northwood are going to have to think of a plan B, and supposedly this is it. Lobbing to Zanil, who does not want any part of that despite having a full tank.
Ooh, and an awkward touch from him out at midfield to not really contain this ball, and now just leave his team in an awkward defense. They only stay there for a couple seconds longer, though, as they immediately launch the counterattack, but can't get past midfield. Both teams starting to struggle to get past midfield with any sort of purpose. They'll get the touches to the other side of the pitch, but it won't really do much for them. Unfortunately, in games like this, Taco, it's usually one defensive error that ends up opening the goal and giving a team a chance. Could it be here? No, Helix planted on the backboard will not let it happen.
Not only that, but Helix gets the touch and then the full boost. Hockey chasing him down because he does not want to risk any player having an uncontested air dribble. That's a pass down into Samas. Crispy and him have been such a nice combo. And again, they always look for each other on those open touches. And Northwood has been thrown a little bit. They like to go back. They like to play patient, but there's no patience in these types of series. Bit of deflection. Think that might have been off their own teammate from Concord.
I don't know how Zanil got up to that one. I think he legitimately went, all right, if I can dodge the bump, maybe I can get a touch to at least put it off target. And my goodness, his full faith has absolutely been rewarded. Still, no goals on the board as we go into the final minute of what could be this entire CRL semester if Northwood are not careful. Reminder again, Concord just need this win to close the series. And Northwood are looking to fight back. Touch off the backboard. Zanil is there, and the shot is in! Northwood with the lead with under a minute to go.
I don't blame Helix for playing this. The problem is that jump was Cream's touch. He did not know where that needed to go. He put that right down the middle, and that's what happens. It's going to go right off your backboard and pound it on through. Zanil with the goal to make this a Game 7 in the grand finals, but that's, of course, assuming Concord doesn't have something to say about that. They have not been helpless on offense. It's mostly just been Northwood heroic on defense that has kept this one scoreless for our orange side.
And they'll need to be heroic once more. Double touch off the backboard, and Zima says we're not done yet!
Just because you make the read 100% of the time in free play doesn't mean you can always time it out well in the game. Creams looked like he had it. He's going for the lightest of touches, and he's a bit too late. Samas never gonna miss that one. 1-1. And we're right back to where we started here, where Northwood still searching for something. They gotta search for a lot more. What a save from Hockey. Another one on the goal line. Helix, the double, the dunk, the lead.
The third man steps up again. Try again, and eventually Helix will find the opening. The drop down, the dunk, the everything to put a cap on this series. 17 to go. This kickoff means everything.
It's not just the kickoff, it's what comes immediately after that's so important for Northwood. They need to make sure they don't go out too wide and save up that boost. Creams, high flick, Zanil in the ceiling. That's a great pass. Creams is sitting there for Hockey! At 5 seconds, Northwood refuse to die.
Everybody in this game is saying we're not done yet. Last second heroics on both teams might just send us to yet another overtime. I'll state it again though. Watch the kickoff. Anything can happen.
As long as there's time on the clock, there's a possibility for Zanil to do something wacky, but of course, he's gonna give it away. Samas says, how about one more chance? That's a crazy bounce, and it needs to be further away. Northwood needs one more to extend this one, and Concord needs one more to get the trophy for the fall semester.
Oh, that's not a great touch out center, and Creams has got to be careful. Hockey on low boost, and without his life at this point, set to the scrap heap, and they got to be careful, or just dunk it downfield. Zanil somehow escapes the scenario and gives Northwood an offense that, I'll be real, Taco, I didn't think they would ever find.
No, not at all. And this is where teams need to take a deep breath. This is not win or go home in the conventional sense where you need to rush. You can take your time. You can be like Zanil and wait for a perfect moment, but that doesn't go in. Cream's over the top. Helix, he has 0 boost, and so does Crispy. He at least gets a clear, but that's why Hockey is trying to make sure they force the issue, and he simply cannot. We're right back out to mid.
Great clear from Helix to just alleviate pressure and give his team some time now to breathe, and something I think they desperately need. Boost total still low here for everybody on Concord, but at least they survive for a second longer. Awkward touches from Hockey, or maybe the perfect pass out center, but Creams was not ready for it. Can at least get this touch through the corner, met immediately by 50 from Helix, and the bounce up high goes over Zanil. A lot of touches right now, just kind of going errantly. Can anybody find control? It won't be Crispy. No boost to follow that play up, and Concord, some more defense required.
The bounce from Creams, I like that a lot. It might give away, but it's such a weird bounce for Samas to deal with. Crispy didn't want any part of that one, and it doesn't even matter because even with no boost, Samas still going to march on down for Helix to be able to bounce that one for Creams to handle. Soft touch into the air dribble. Zanil waiting up for it. A deflection back, and Hockey, again, always a deep rotation just in case from Northwood.
Ooh, touch off the backboard. Is anybody prepared to receive it? Not really, but Hockey will at least contain it so Concord don't get the immediate counter. They'll go for one anyways, but Helix has no boost, so he's forced to retreat, and Creams, that's not the pinch you wanted. It's given space, it's given a chance, and it's given him a chance at redemption as well. He will make up for his poor pinch, and baby send us on our way. The pinch out I thought was on target.
Both teams having heart-stopping moments on defense where they're not 100% sure where that follow-up is going to go. Creams trying to provide another one. He gets a reset. It's over Crispy with a bump. Samas there just in time. Hockey holding it up and does not get the most solid of contact, so here comes Helix over one, stealing that quarter boost, and I would say getting the bump, but Creams able to evade in the last possible moment.
The way Creams is rotating around this pitch right now makes me think he's going to be the one to extend this series. He's been playing so fluidly, but Zanil would like to also get his team there. Hockey would like the shot and will find it denied by Crispy again. The last second heroics on defense come to the aid of everybody on Concord.
Creams high lob, he's going to be able to get that 50 and is propelled forward. Hockey, no touch. Crispy with 0 boost to try to put all the power he can behind it, but it only goes so far as Zanil. Helix, again, low boost play, gets just enough of the front bumper. Concord playing with fumes in their gas tanks and still surviving.
They are surviving, but not thriving at the moment. They keep getting pressed back into defense, and although they will find these 100 pads and find themselves some boost to work with, they cannot seem to generate offense from it. All they need, though, is one good opportunity in overtime. It doesn't matter how many chances you get, as long as you score the one that counts. Could it be here? Touch off the backboard, up high. Helix and Samas both commit. Crispy's awkward. Can anybody get the shot? Here it is. It's off target. The follow denied, and Northwood leave their best chance at the table.
The crossbar, always the worst defender to have to deal with. It's so impenetrable. If the accuracy is not good, Crispy, does he have the speed? Concord are your full 2024 champs!
They dethroned the Kings. They proved Northwood. You said you were going to end it all. You said you would come back and not even take a loss. Guess what? 2 boys from EU and 1 from West Virginia had other opinions. Concord take the championship in a 3-minute overtime to end the series.
The confetti in the arena, you gotta buy it in bulk surplus because you know you're gonna have to use it if you're playing as well as they have. What an effort by Concord. They do it in 6, but it's the 7 saves by Helix, the singular non-pro player in this lobby that preserves this for them and delivers Concord in their first real effort with their new recruiting class, a semester champion.
I gotta say, Concord, it's gotta feel good. The singular player who was on this roster before they started was Helix. The single player that they built this team around. We have seen this in CRL before. We have seen teams that build it around that one player who they go, yeah, we know you don't have the accolades. We know you may not be the more familiar name in comparison to your teammates, but we trust in you. And that faith, that trust was absolutely rewarded. Helix, I do not care who disagrees with me on this. MVP for today, for the season, for Concord.
Really have to take their hats off. And I know we've been applauding them a lot, but you have no idea how often we see this archetype fail within a lot of this. Almost 800 points from Helix. Almost want to say Felix on that one. Helix coming in on this one. But the main thing is that we've seen this archetype of teams where they assemble 2 pros and then a third player. And typically the third is always the one you stare at. It's the easiest person to point the blame at. And a lot of players crumble under that pressure. Helix is fueled. We heard from him earlier in the interview that all he's got to do is play his game, not make mistakes. He wasn't just not making mistakes. He was propelling so much of the offense, so many clutch moments. And Bass, is there any singular thing better in esports than a team that plays their best when the pressure's at the highest?
Pressure makes diamonds, and I can tell you, Helix, he's shining oh so bright. It's not just the fact, again, that he was able to do so much about this series. Bro, he sent them to overtime. They would not have been even in this game had it not been for that second goal. And the fact of the matter is, the phenomenal defense at the end, plus this challenge, is what wins them this entire semester. Taco, I'm running out of compliments for this dude. The only thing I will say, again, I got cut off last time. I know I got time this time. If you are a semi-pro or pro team looking for a rookie on the rise, you have found him. His name is Helix, and he's ready to go.
And I would love to see that. I've also run out of descriptors, which is why we have 2 brains who've just been sitting back and watching in Vaudeville and Seb. Concord getting it done. Seb, you're barely holding on to your sanity right now.
I know, because, yes, I know I voted for Northwood, right? How can you not in this case? It seems like reality surrounds Northwood winning CL, but for the first time in how long? They didn't. And with it, Concord are our champions. I know, we don't have an official MVP category, but I absolutely agree. Helix on a squad of RLCS Europeans is our MVP here. No doubt about it. I think every single one of these members contributed, but the X Factor was the one North American player who excelled far and beyond what was asked of him to help carry Concord on his back against the best team in CRL.
What a victory that was for Concord. I thought it would go in 6 if they took it, but I did not expect it to go almost the distance to 7 in quite a fashion. So many close games. 1 goal differential for the majority of it. I think every single game actually was a 1 goal differential until that last one. So insane performance from Concord to end off a historic run for their program. Underdogs no longer. They are the best team in Collegiate Rocket League until another season happens in Northwood. They got to go back to the drawing board after this one, maybe figure out some different strategies, because again, 3rd time was the charm for Concord to come out on top here. Insane to see how this team was able to go through thick and thin and lost the last 2 times we saw them face off against Northwood, but this is the time where it mattered most and they showcased their skill to pay the bills at the end of the day. Northwood, though, I mean, they gave it their all. They didn't go down without a fight, and this is reminiscent to when we saw JD and Columbia College back in the day taking down Northwood way back when here, Taco.
Yeah, it was also on this map where we did see that defeat come through, and it's a rare moment that Northwood does lose, but now we are in this weird scenario where Northwood still has the confidence. We heard it from Creams, and I don't mean it to throw it back in his face, but he says, we'll see you again when we win, because that is what the usual expectation is. They have never lost to Concord. They have played them 3 times this season across all competitions. They have not even been brought the distance there. It's been 3-1, 3-1, 4-2, and then they finally get a chance, but it matters the most, and Concord plays, again, the best they've ever played. I said it. This is what I love about esports, is when teams can play throughout the season. They start the season really strong. They don't really fully reach, I would say, their full potential. They're losing against Marville. They're losing against Northwood. They're losing against occasional other squads, and we're not really seeing it. I don't think it's all coming together. They have a lot to work on. And then the playoffs start, and they just become God tier, I suppose. They're just that good. I love to see that, because the players are confident, and they're not only just saying that to be able to motivate themselves. It's true belief that they are really the best team in the bracket.
I want to point out real quick, one thing is that, yes, although West Virginia lost, right, the WVU, that is the West Virginia, one West Virginian team was still able to make it through. West Virginia won in the end. Country roads have indeed become the golden road.
West won CRL. I'm done. We win.
Wow, we are really taking multiple steps to justify West. That's crazy.
Hey, look. West gets a little win. Their logo currently on socials is literally the one I drew. So technically, we get a win a little bit, bro.
Sure,
technically.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to say I'm the biggest winner here because I got the backpack Helix put his team in throughout that series. So yeah, the backpack he put them in currently. So thank you, Helix, for that one. But again, thank Concord for making this competitive in a historic season where Northwood has been the dominating force for quite some time. And this season proved that they are anything but. They got a single win in the final open, but apart from that, they were not able to be the ultimate victors. And this is what mattered the most here for this team. But we do have the entire roster of Concord with their coach, Johnny Boy, not the Johnny Boy you realize. And we have, I believe it is Simas on headset first. Gentlemen, congratulations on being the CRL Fall 2024 champions. I know this is kind of cliche, but how does it feel?
Obviously, feels good. Yeah. Honestly, couldn't be prouder of the guys, especially Helix. I didn't expect him to play that good, to be honest, but he's insane, bro. Like, props to him, you know?
I mean, when we look at this, when you come into this semester, I mean, obviously, y'all probably had an idea where Helix has been around for a while, but you have not. This is an inaugural season for you playing within a collegiate format within North America. Did you expect as one of those things where you say, hey, if I'm not at least in a grand final, I'm disappointed? Or was this just as the journey went on, you started to realize, wow, we actually really could go the distance here?
Yeah, we like started scrimming all the other teams, and we were like, we'll be happy with like top 6, top 8s. But as we started improving, you know, I remember we played ISU for the first time, we got absolutely destroyed. But then after that, like, we just started like playing so good against other teams, and then that's when we knew that we could really be the best team in North America.
I'm hard pressed to disagree at this point. You
Yeah.
guys are the best team.
They won.
You're the best team in the nation. You were the best team in CRL. And outside of that, I think the craziest thing to me is you are now, in my opinion, the clutchest team in Collegiate Rocket League, maybe history. The win you get during the Opens is 2 Game 7s in which you both win from the lower bracket. Then you come into today. Most people, I would say, unfortunately, had Maryville going through. You overcome that. Then you go against Northwood, the heavy favorites. You overcome that. I gotta ask you, Simas, are you the most clutch team in CRL history?
I mean, we're number 1, so we're clearly clutch. Yeah.
Well, guys, I don't think it's a secret that obviously Helix was such a huge part of this team. And I don't know in terms of if you want to put him on the mic or something, but in terms of how much Helix has been... Oh, okay, all right.
Here we go.
All right, Helix, our boy is on. Now, keep in mind, Helix, all of us agree that you are the MVP for this. And how does it feel that even amongst RLCS level talent all around you, teammates who have done so much within the space, you are still able to elevate yourself to that level and beyond at points? How does that feel to do that and then eventually become the best collegiate team in Rocket League?
People, it's not all me. It's really all them. They help me out through everything. I have the talent. I just have to work that in and actually learn how to play threes around these guys, and they help out a lot. So, you know, I'm not too worried. Yeah.
There we go. I mean, short and simple, sweet, to the point from the team. And again, I mean, congratulations to you guys. Any final words, thoughts? Are you going back to back next time around?
Oh yeah, obvious.
Obviously.
Well, thank you guys for joining us here on the desk and competing this entire season of CRL. Thank you for being a part of this amazing open format that we've had for the first time. And congratulations yet again as being the victors for the CRL Fall 2024 Championship.
Thank you.
Give it up! Give it up! Everyone in that audience, give it up! Oh, what a time. What a time to be a fan of CRL, guys.
I mean, the stonks are up. they're always. I mean, I knew they would probably go up just because, yes, everyone's so excited to go back. We were also talking about before the season, all 4 of us, when we talk about just shop, I would say generally about CRL, we're saying, okay, we have to be mindful of this team, of this team, of this team, of this team, of this team. Oh my God, there's a lot of really good teams here. It shows out in our bracket. It showed out through all the 4 opens. But the fact that we do have a universe in which you do have multiple teams being able to go into these grand finals and stand toe to toe with the best that we've ever seen in the collegiate scene speaks so much. And it's not just all of the players who are getting org paychecks and going in, because I know that's a common thing people bring up and say, well, it's just all these players. Like, what about these like regular guys? Helix is a ranked grinder 2K legend, and he played arguably the best of any player all throughout this bracket.
What a bracket it was, too, for all these players. I mean, Concord, again, getting the victories at the end of the day. They went through the European gauntlet with St. Clair, then Maryville. Then we got to see them take down Northwood here at the end of the day. And I don't think anyone really could have predicted that Concord was going to be the ones coming out on top. A lot of us thought, it would be either Northwood, Maryville. Some of us joked about West Virginia potentially making that run since it's a single elimination bracket. But at the end of the day, they were the ultimate victors there. And what a run it was for them too. But still, talking about this team in Concord, they are the ultimate victors when it comes to this amazing event that we have seen from these players. And I feel like this is just a great way to show that it's not just one college out there anymore here, Bass, that is going to reign supreme. There's so many different teams outside of even Northwood and Concord that could have taken it at the end of the day.
I think that's what makes us continue to be not only so happy with this result, but also why we continue to state CRL is in the healthiest state it has ever been. Every team is capable of taking wins like this, and we proved that through 4 different teams winning in opens, not the team expected to win here in the grand finals. And on top of that, we had multiple upsets. Again, Concord over Maryville is seen as an upset. West Virginia over Akron is seen as an upset. This was a coin flip the whole weekend, and I think that's what makes this so exciting, is that any team, any university, college can put together a squad, compete in CRL, and if day is right, they can win it all. Again, massive shout out to Concord for not only winning this all, but you mentioned about this is a school of 2,000 students. A small university like that can still win CRL.
Yeah, again, I mean, shout out to the program that they have going on there. They have given it their all. I think this Concord roster is actually their first full ride team that they have for the esports program too. So they gave it their all to form this roster, to put their faith in them. And it's just a great group of people over there at Concord University. So shout out to them again. But as we talk about Concord here, Taco, do you want to do the honors of congratulating our champions for the final time?
I mean, I think we've congratulated them enough, but I would gladly be able to say congrats to Helix, to Samas, and Crispy for coming in for the first semester as a squad and being able to make the biggest of statements, being the fall 2024 semester champions and doing it with an assertive manner as well. Not even needing game 7. I thought it had to go to 7, and they were able to handle business within 6. I can't underestimate or really undersell just how impressive y'all have, these guys have been, just because obviously we say this is the most competitive CRL's ever been. They've been consistent throughout, but they're like, that's the biggest thing. They get to those 3rd and 4th place spots, and they're not able to get to 1st until when it matters most.
Well, this has been a monumental and historic season, to say the least, for all the teams involved. Thank you all for participating in the Collegiate Rocket League scene for the fall season. Again, make sure in the CCA Discord you leave your feedback on format, anything else that you have thoughts, so we can improve things for the future. But I'm going to go down the line, starting with Seb and coming back to me before we end things off. Final thoughts, gentlemen, before we send things away for the season.
Just Collegiate Rocket League is a beautiful thing. It's legitimately something so unique within the space of Rocket League that we don't get to see too often. I always tout that it is the best collegiate esport on the planet, and I will hold to that until the day I die. What a beautiful ending that we have had for this fall season. It's just been an incredible run. It's been obviously a pleasure working with every one of you here. A pleasure to see the amazing performances that we've seen on this pitch on the Rocket League channel. And we can only hope for more CRL action next year.
Jordan, sweet. Love it. What about you, Bess?
Kind of echoing the same sentiments, man. I mean, one of the biggest things I have to mention here is that, again, CRL has been gone for a little while. The fact that it is now back and is back in full form really just instills confidence in both me and I think the scene that we're just getting started, man. For years, it has been the Northwood show, and there is occasionally teams that are able to contest. But again, we had 5 different chances at championships this semester. 4 of them were not won by Northwood. That is incredible. It sounds insane to be hyping up a stat like that, but this is the healthiest I've seen CRL ever be. Through years of being involved with this, it is awesome to finally have this type of result, to feel this way. And again, I just have to echo what Seb said. I hope that we come back next semester and it is the same level of competition, the same insanity all over again.
Round us out, Taco.
I mean, that's all we have to say. All of us on the desk, we love CRL so much. We couldn't stop yapping about it that we tried to make a whole weekly show, try to recap things, because we know that the scene really does have a lot of dedicated players. You see the passion on broadcast. You see them in the Discord for CCA, or across all the CRL different events, all the different leagues. And so being able to bring it back, have a broadcast, to be able to showcase all the talent we have, it's only going to get better in the future as more and more universities start to understand that, yes, in Seb's word, this is the best collegiate esport. It's something that's so easy to assemble. You just need 3 really good players, but obviously the hard part, making them work well together. Congratulations again to Concord, to Northwood, to all the teams that are top 8, top 16, and beyond, because they really make this esport so great. It's such an honor to be able to talk through and over these games. And again, just thank you to all the fans who tune in to be able to keep the esport alive, because it really is fueled by all the passionate people, both on the pitch, in the booth, and as well all the fans that are able to cheer on these players as they're having these blossoming careers to turn from collegiate into their future work life, or even beyond, potentially into the pro scene, as we've seen.
I just want to say a big thank you to everyone who made this a possibility as well. Like we were talking about, Blast and Epic, and all the people at TCA in the background. I could name them all, but we'd be here the entire day, so I'll let them speak for themselves on social media later. But that is the final series of Collegiate Rocket League that we have for the year. Make sure you sign up for the off-season opens, because those are still going on. A lot of Rocket League action still happening in the scene with some off-season events, so make sure you participate and watch those as well to support this great esport that we all love and know. I've been Vaudable. We've had Bass from the Past, Danger Taco, and Seb, as well as Chickson Novanta. Shout out as well to Kendo, who's made this all possible for us. And thank you all for tuning in to Collegiate Rocket League for the fall season of 2024. And we'll see you next time.
Comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control. Leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me to